There we go. Hey guys! I know this is a bit of a late time, but you know the holiday period. It's a bit hard to get the exact time of things. But yeah, this is it. The final shiny hunting month stream. And it's technically like the second last, I would say, stream of the year. So yeah, we're back here in Pokemon Violet to finish things up. So there is an event that is currently going on, which we need to go do, which is this one, the shiny Rayquaza. So I don't know if I really want to count him towards the total. Technically, it is us catching a shiny during the shiny month. But you know, might as well. This is the last episode. We've already caught like 160 or so shinies over these 30 periods. Hello there, Connor. Good to see you. This is big chat. It is. It really is. There's a lot of things coming to a close this year. We finished our 100% mystery dungeon run. We are about to finish this. I mean, this is a set and guaranteed shiny. That is true. And we're going to get the last Vivillon, hopefully, today. Alright, let's get in and get this Rayquaza done as soon as possible. So, I will show off the build in a moment afterwards. But yeah, last Vivillon, last, like, big shiny hunting month stream like this. Like, for the rest of any sort of shiny hunting months, I'm probably going to make them a redeem. So, downside, they probably won't happen too often. Upside, we'll have more choices. Because I'll be adding Masuda Method, I'll be adding SOS battling, going back to the old games, as options, essentially. Hello there, Cryo, good to see ya. Also for, I guess, since the last stream, 20 new avatars have been added to, Ow, that hit me. Have been added to the pool of Pokemon Mystery Dungeon things, because I've been having some time to do that. Alright. Let's get started. Hopefully without dying. You're walking down the street, everyone just make it look. What should I say? What does that say? Oh, hey! Goodness. I think we can survive the attack, so we'll do one more fake tears. Okay, finally he's missed one hurricane. I might have to use a healing thing real quick. Healing cheer just for safety. Got burnt. I don't know if that's really going to do anything, but oh well. But yeah, this is I believe level 75 shiny Rayquaza, and you can get one per save file. So technically, if you've got multiple files of this game, you can technically get more Rayquazas. All right, we're waiting for him to do one thing. There it is. That's what we're waiting for. So, if you have multiple files, you technically get multiple Rayquazas, which is pretty handy, to say the least. I probably could do it. I have 2 other files in this game that are in the post-game, and with Pokemon Home, you can just move things around. That's a bit of a shame. Get rid of those fake tears. I was hoping he wasn't going to do that until later. Probably have to do a draining kiss because I got to heal. At least he's burnt, which is neat. One more Calm Mind. I think we still have plenty of time, so we can just get set up. But yeah, we'll only be doing this once just so that we can get the Rayquaza and move on forward. I believe I should probably set up my Pokemon Go as well for the Savannah. I think I checked for the right postcard. Okay, how are we at? Need 2 more. I might do a quick Draining Kiss to heal up again. That's pretty much all that Draining Kiss is. The Sylveon actually wasn't too hard to get ready because it was pretty much ready to go when I opened the file earlier this morning, just to double check that I had a Pokemon that can handle Rayquaza. I was like, oh, I have a Sylveon that we leveled up to 100 already. And the moveset was pretty much identical. The only thing I needed to change was like some of its stat spread. Okay, I think he's nullified his weaknesses again, but that doesn't matter because we're just buffing ourselves up at this point. Okay. I think we're at max, so now we can Draining Kiss and get our Terra up. We are running low on time, but I think we should be okay. Because we do have Pixelate, so this should be Pixelated Hyper Beam at max special attack. It's a bit of a shame he got rid of his the fake tears, but that's okay. Alright, hopefully this gets through the shield. We'll see. Yeah, I'd say that got rid of the shield. We hit him so hard that his vocals got damaged. Hiya. When you're fighting a magical girl and she pulls out this sort of nonsense. Alrighty. What to catch it in? I think I already have a Luxury Ball Rayquaza. I think we should put in a Beast Ball. Sailor Moon versus Goku. There's a funny thing you mentioned about that, is that I've heard like people saying that Sailor Moon would absolutely wipe the floor of most of the Goku of the Dragon Ball Z group. Goku doesn't kill most of his enemies at times. Sailor Moon has outright killed a lot. Anyways, there he is, shiny Rayquaza. You know what? Let's count it. Our 164th shiny. Look at the scales on him. Yeah, we did it, boys. We got 1 shiny for the final hunt. There is actually a couple of shinies that I will talk about in a moment as well that will probably hunt as well today. But I'll make sure I get the Vivillon set up first. Alrighty, so as you can see, very easy to do as a solo hunt. All you need is 1 Sylveon. You needed to have the Covert Cloak as the held item, level 100, Fairy Terra type. You probably wanted to have Pixelate. If it doesn't have Pixelate, then you can switch Hyper Beam for Moonblast. Simple switch. Max special attack and defense, and a little bit in HP. Special attack boosting nature. And the moveset is just Hyper Beam, Calm Mind, Fake Tears, Draining Kiss. Fake Tears just to set up and like get the shield to pop. As soon as Rayquaza gets the shield up and he nullifies your abilities and stuff, you can start the actual setup. Calm Mind until you're fully set up. Draining Kiss to heal yourself. Then just Hyper Beam it once you've got the Terra type up. And that's it. A very easy Sylveon thing that you can do solo. And I believe it's going to still be around till the 5th, so you can fight it multiple times to get more stuff. And, you know, more Herba Mystica and all that sort of goodness. But remember, you can only catch one, much like all the other event raids like that. The downside is it doesn't really have any special, like, what's the word? Any special marks or anything like that. I kind of wish it did have a mark of some sort, but it doesn't. But for people who have not got a shiny Rayquaza, it's certainly a cool shiny. It's definitely up there. It's a very, very good looking shiny. And the game, oh, he's so big he doesn't even fit. They have to tilt him. Oh, the game actually makes him look really nice. He's got the scales on his side of his head and stuff like that. All right, but we better get going because we can't dilly-dally because I don't think I will have the full amount of time today that I usually do because of we're going to a dinner with all my cousins and stuff like that. Interesting. There's like 2 Chansey outbreaks here. That might be a bit of a problem. Because of the, I want to get the Vivillon to spawn in, and if there's Chanseys and stuff like that, that might be a bit of an issue. It might be worth just trying to knock them all out. I didn't know the Chansey raid was still, the Chansey outbreaks were still, like, ongoing. Let me double check. Yeah, it is an outbreak of Chanseys. It's in a bit of a bad location too. Be good. I believe these were released just for the sake of doing, I think EXP grinding was what it was for. So it's definitely handy. Alright, before I do, I'll let Golden go just take out a couple of them. I'm gonna set up my postcard. And I do hope I have the right one. I'm pretty sure I have the right one. That's like my biggest worry because we did that once where I brought in the wrong postcard. And you can't put in another postcard for like a whole 24 hours. I mean, we have plenty of Pokemon to hunt, but I would like to make the last Vivillon be one of the things we hunt. Oh, they're behind me. Okay, let's see. It's a postcard I got some time back. Oh, there it is. Here he is. Okay. Yeah, this is going to be a bit of a problem. I think what I might do... Let me save the game real quick. I might do a quick date skip and see if we can get these Chanseys to disappear from this area. Because if they're here, then they might accidentally take out the pool of other Mons. A bit of a shame because I did see some other outbreaks that looked interesting, but technically the Rayquaza event shows up again. That's a way to get more Rayquaza events. Alright, did it get rid of the Chanseys from here? Yes, it did. Good. They've actually moved over there now. That Winkleloin outbreak is still there. But yeah, there's a couple of other outbreaks, as you can tell. The other event outbreak that's happening are the black-colored shiny outbreaks that are related to the Rayquaza event. So in Paldea, you'll be able to find Citotl, which we'll be doing. Carbink, which I don't really need, but I think I'll hunt one at least. Apparently the odds for these shinies have been increased. And there's obviously Fracture. Fracture's the interesting one because you should get 2 of them if you want to get both the Evos. It does kind of suck it's not Axew, but technically Fracture is the one that starts off the black colorings and then goes into Fracture. And they probably didn't want to put like, they didn't want to put a Haxorus like wandering around and such like that. There was a Alolan Geodude hunt here, but now it's gone. That's a bit of a shame. Obviously all these Chanseys are technically still here until I reset. Let's do that. But yeah, I hope you guys are hyped for the last Combee hunt. Because that's what this is going to be. I'm hoping there are no Combees, but there is definitely a chance. Postcard sent. But it is very exciting for me because this is something I've always wanted, was a whole collection of Vivillon, like every single one. And now we're finally going to get every single one. It's taking a while. I'm wondering if I should have had the internet on. Oh! Apparently my controller disconnected. Let me just go onto online mode and see if that fixes it. It's a genuinely impressive thing to complete. Yeah, it honestly was impossible too. For a long time, because all the Vivillons are locked to different countries. So when they finally added to Go, it's still somewhat difficult to get all of them in Go. It was only because they did the Gimme Ghoul event that we actually had this opportunity, which is crazy. There we go. Because they added the fact that you can get Gimme Ghoul coins from this, as well as get Gimme Ghoul to show up in... over in Go as well. They were like, yeah, we'll have the Vivillon spawn here because Vivillon does naturally spawn down here. And I think back in the 3DS era, I think I got about half the Vivillons before that was like, then no more showed up pretty much. Right, let's see if we can double check that we got the Vivillons spawning in. A lot of the common ones are like the ones from Japan. There we go. Look at that, the Savannah pattern. I never understood why this is technically a Savannah pattern, but it's still pretty cool. Technically a Quick Ball actually suits it. This is like the one genuine time I'll probably use a Quick Ball for this. Because it looks like the thing. Is currently raining. Oh, where you're at? That does sound really good if it rained where I was at. It looks like it could rain. Problem is that we've, Quick Ball would have worn off, so I'm wondering if we should... I'll try again anyways. Let's put to sleep. But yeah, it's certainly been a journey. Just every time I think about how we did 30 sessions of shiny hunting and just looking down at that number, it's wild. That's how many shinies we got. I think I clipped a bunch of all the shinies we got. And I put them in a playlist on Twitch. And it's almost like 3 hours long. Just the combined clips. And I'm just like, dang. Oh, there's an event Swoobat. Yeah, the problem is that the Quick Ball's effectiveness is worn out for us. But I really want to put him in a Quick Ball. It's like the one time that I want to put this thing in a Quick Ball because it would actually make sense. It looks like a Quick Ball. But yeah, there's a lot of shinies we got that probably didn't add to our list, but there are plenty of shinies we got that added to the overall shiny decks that we've been working on. Like, looking at it recently, I have 888 Mons completed at this point. Let's see. This Pokemon was born in a land with a tropical climate. Alrighty. I'm gonna put you in here. Let's get our sandwich going. So we can officially start the hunt. I don't still have any salty herba, unfortunately, but we can still do the spicy and bitter version. Ah, another thing to point out. Since I did post there about the shiny decks, if there's any particular shinies you guys want me to hunt besides what we're about to do, then you're free to, like, bring up some suggestions and such like that. I need prosciutto. 2, 3. This is gonna be rough. Potato salad's a weird shape. And then... Ooh, I'm running low on potato. There we go. Ooh, nice on the catch. But yeah, I guess once ZA comes out, we'll find out, like, how shiny hunting is going to be like. Because we don't know what the odds are going to be like in those games. And plus, I have been testing out other methods of shiny hunting, so it's not just going to be make sandwiches, because as much as how effective sandwich making is, I'm not gonna lie that it's very, very effective. They're just simply some Pokemon that just don't exist in this game. And at some point we're gonna have to go back to some of the older games, or like even go to different games to get the last few mons that I need for my shiny decks. Imagine it's very same or similar. Yeah, I'm hoping that as well. The thing with Arceus's shiny thing is, like, yes, the odds are much higher, but the problem is it affects every Pokemon. You literally can take a look at our series of the Shiny Hunting Month and see that the first Pokemon we ever got was Glameow, and we still never got Glameow. We got Perugly, which I still needed, and we got some ones that I did need, but, like, the fact that we never got Glameow in all the sessions we did goes to show, like, how lopsided it is at times. Alrighty, let's get started. Wandering around. I hope everybody's been having a really good holiday of recent, because it is Christmas holiday. I know one thing's for sure, I've definitely gained weight, as you do around Christmas and New Year's. Our family does the New Year's thing more, so definitely going to be eating quite a lot on New Year's Day. Honestly, a part of me wouldn't be upset about getting shiny Combee. You know, this is the last time we're going to be hunting in this area, and the last time we're probably going to see shiny Combee. So we should celebrate that shiny Combee has been a pest to us. It's only fair. But I think in the Discord I posted a bunch of stuff that I'd eaten over the Christmas lunch that I had. My goodness, I was so full after eating. I think I took a nap because it was so full. It definitely shows you I'm getting old. Gotta take a nap after eating. But I was wanting to do this obviously at the usual time, but my parents were like, oh, we have to go visit someone, and I was like, okay, understandable. And unfortunately the timing was that they wanted to visit like around 11 AM, so I had to just sort of accept my fate that I wasn't going to start stream at the usual time. But I didn't want to, like, you know, cancel the stream or anything like that, because we only have like one extra day before the end of the year, you know, and that's going to be for Echoes of Wisdom that I'm hoping that we can get finished on the coming Monday. And this Sunday, we are over at the Alchemist's channel doing more D&D. But yeah, it's still... I still want to get most of this out of the way on, like, time. I think we'll have about maybe 4.5 hours at the max of time. It's a bit of a downside that we couldn't have the full hours, but I mean, I'm not totally upset with how many shinies we've gotten and such. We got the shiny Rayquaza done. Hopefully we'll get the Vivillon done. And I do hope we get a Citadel. I think we will. The odds for the 3 event mons that are out at the moment is actually a lot higher. I believe it's a 5% increase. That's from base odds. Yay, D&D. Yeah, we're gonna do more D&D. Though I wonder how it will go, to say the least. Because we obviously need some hints on where to go next. We've rescued one person, but we've got to rescue 2 more. Citadel is very cute. Yeah, I believe we do have Citadel. We just need one more so we can get Cetitan, which is a very good shiny as well. And I have hunted, I think, for Citadel again, so I think Citadel is literally the only one I need out of the 3, but I'm going to hunt all 3 of them if we have time. But, that's the thing. I mean, I could always hunt those 2 in my free time. I think Citadel is the only one we really need. If there's other Pokemon, we probably should go down and get those ones first. Get some new shinies for the shiny decks. 1 owl down, 2 more to go. Yep. I also love how Jaxie assumed that we could easily do it in a certain amount of time. He forgot that he's part of a D&D group that does Ravnica, and we all do a lot of yapping. No offenses or anything like that. Just like, bro, you needed to be totally aware that there's a lot of story elements. Obviously, this the Curious Hollows of one shot is definitely less story heavy than I would say Ravnica. And because it's supposed to be a one-shot rather than a full campaign. But yeah, we do a lot of yapping. And it just happens. Sometimes some people get very invested in their characters, or like they want to speak their mind, or things get heated, or the character might be just one that is very comfortable with talking a lot. All sorts of things can like be put into this sort of thing. Gonna be honest, all the yapping I'm doing, I'm ready for it to turn physical to speed things along. Yeah, it does happen at times. There are times, I think, in the Ravnica one where I'm like, okay, I understand that everybody's getting really invested in the story, but we really have to move the plot along. Because if we don't, we can't develop the characters. That's just the truth. That's why whenever I think they mention about the free time event, I try to keep that as a minimum, because usually everyone else's free time events are really complicated, and I'm just like, probably shouldn't do that. I want to be straight to the point. But it's understandable. It happens at times. We just have to... I think currently with Ravnica, we're at a spot which I would say is like the tipping point. I think that's where I would say we're at. Because clearly tensions are really high at the moment between party members for different reasons. Like, just looking at the journals as well as just in terms of some of the things that have happened. I think the problem is that some of the characters believe that they've got things under control. The answer is no, they don't. Nobody has anything under control. Like, I think nobody in our group really, maybe Noel and maybe Vass are like the most under the control. Everyone else is not under control whatsoever. Especially not the twins and Krem. And the problem is that I think there's going to be, just thinking of it in a story sense, there is going to be a tipping point. There is going to be a point where everything is just going to fall apart and there's nothing that any of those characters can do. Because I can tell that those 3 are definitely trying to prep themselves. They're trying to be like, yeah, everything's under control, we got this sort of thing. That's what I think they're wrong. I honestly, this is from me, Fia, looking into the world of Ravnica. They think they're under control and that they're, you know, doing their own thing and they'll keep everything under the lid and that all these different plot points are happening. It's not going to work out at all, I don't think. They're like one bad thing away from like just snapping. And it's probably going to be completely out of their control as well. Because Diana's obviously starting to get a bit iffy about Ed. Especially during Judy's behavior during the Zeppelin ride. And she's also doing her own investigation with Krem, and then Krem's doing his own thing with Diana as well as himself. And then you have... Oh, and he's also like training with Noel, isn't he? So that's one other thing he's doing. And Edgar's obviously with Noel plotting stuff. So there's a lot of... too many things all running at once, I think. And there's just going to be one event that's just going to cause everything. I mean, the earthquake is obviously a good indicator of that things are about to get shaken up and things are about to change. Visceral death. You say that a lot, but I think, honestly, it'd be more traumatic if you lived. Because you can revivify someone, it's fine and stuff like that. But I think if you had to live if everyone had to live with consequences of somebody getting injured or something happening to someone, you being alive and like injured to a point where they would be constantly blaming themselves would be seen more tragic, honestly. Like this shouldn't have happened to you sort of thing. How could we let this happen? That sort of feeling. I know you're like, oh, you know, the joke about the death happening and stuff like that. But honestly, I think it'd be more tragic if something happened to you that, you know, whilst just staying like shared trauma, pretty much. It would be funny that I know you've joked about it a lot, and something tells me you probably asked Max being like, hey, lol, the death arc. But, I still think that there's, like, something that might happen. Vass has been a bit quiet on this whole situation. I don't know if he's going to get himself involved with what's happening, or if he's going to purposely stay out of it. Because there's obviously that nightmare thing that we saw. Oh, also, Cryo has challenged Cryo. Are we going to have a duel? We're gonna have a duel. Two crits, big boys. But yeah. I think it would be more interesting as a story if things just fell apart in a way. But remember, I'm not the DM. I can't do anything about it. I am just a player character, as they say. It's all up to Mags and wherever they decide to go with the story. Because I know Mags also is like, I love these Blorbos and don't want to do anything to the Blorbos. But I think something needs to happen to the Blorbos so that everybody can develop. Because I think that's what's happening, is everybody's still stuck in their old ways of thinking. I think we need something to happen to the Blorbos so everyone can actually grow as characters and people. I know everybody wants to cling to the characters, but I think that's just the truth. I swear I'm either the most unlucky with duels or just like Cryo. Put him in a blender, metaphorically. Isn't that what an earthquake is? It's technically just a shaky blender. Plus, we only saw the earthquake just happen. We do not know the devastation that the earthquake has caused. Like, for all we know, it could have done something a lot more dangerous than we actually are aware of at this current point in time. The way I've built Vassal is like a person who has his adventures just providing insight when needed. Yeah, so I feel like Vassal's character arc could be more like, do I want to get myself involved in something that's clearly, you know, I've already been there, done that. Do I want to get myself involved in something again? I feel like that's kind of where his arc might go. Obviously, you know what I think, you know, you're the one who makes the character. And, oh my goodness, Vesperquin has entered our chat. There's an event, Vesperquin, which I don't have the Pokeballs for. I think I'm running out of Pokeballs altogether. Seeing Vesperquin constantly here. Are we going for time? Still going. Oh? Cryo has gotten something, not entirely sure exactly what it is that they got. They got something. And it seems to have a really good stat. You can see also Cryo is now rocking the Dialga, which is massive. Look at Flygon next to Dialga. Dialga's so chunky. Thank goodness I have enough space that they can actually fit down there. They're so small, yeah. But they're genuinely a rather big mon, just in general, in the games, so understandable. Heck, I added a lot of baby small mons recently too. I guess for those who are not part of the Discord, I can actually bring up what I added. Because I added a bunch of bug types. So I added the Wurmple line, Volbeat and Illumise, a Pinsir, because I was like, oops, I need to have another bug type, and then Celebi, because, you know, Onion Fairy is definitely a bug type. I say jokingly. Also, I wanted to put Celebi in because Celebi's really got a cute sprite. And then I added the Lake Trio, Jirachi, Castform in all its forms, which was actually hard to do because the shiny Castform didn't exist until very recently, so I had to look at some other resources on what would be the best colors for the shiny in there. And I think Fione and Manaphy were the last two that I did this morning. So there's plenty of mons. And yes, the Primal Dialga is also a color. Because, I mean, it's already in the games. Might as well. Giratina is the short sibling. Giratina is just long. But yeah, Primal Dialga is such a cool color scheme. And sometime next year we will be fighting Primal Dialga because we have to go we're starting the whole, thank you for that, I'm very normal about Primal Dialga. I'm glad you like it. I was like, you know what, might as well add the Primal as well as, like, the shiny. So Dialga's special, he gets 3 colors. And Explorers are a good game too. But yeah, I'm planning to do more of the Mystery Dungeon games later. And later on the line, I'm planning to put a rather expensive redeem to do a recruit them all in the later games. I'm not doing them now because obviously we just finished Mystery Dungeon. And I do want to start playing some other games that I have sitting in the box. Because we've got a lot of games to get through. So I do want to get those done first before I start going back to some of the retro games. Can't believe, like, this 2025 is almost here. Monster Hunter Wilds is almost here. I'm very excited for Monster Hunter Wilds to a very normal degree. But yeah, new year, new games, essentially. But it's kind of crazy. It feels like this year... It's weird. Like, some parts of this year felt really slow. And then other parts I'm like, wow, it's already like 2025 at the same time. Not prepared for 2025. The Yule Goat survived, so I'm nervous. The Yule Goat? I'm a little concerned by that, but yeah. Come on, Monster Hunter Wilds has a dating sim? No, it does not. The dating sim is people looking at the blacksmith lady and being like, wow, dang, she's hot. That's pretty much it. That's not dating. Are you not familiar with the Yule Goat? Maybe not. I might be. Like, you might have to, like, just... If you mention what it might be, that might trigger something. But, yeah. I am the big frog now. Hey. Nice. You're the blue version, too, not the red rescue team version. I mean, they even gave Warframe a dating sim. Monster Hunter is in need of one. It definitely is not. You say that jokingly, but I will mention that there are some characters that are canonically in love with some monsters in the earlier games. One of my favorite characters, Guild Mom. Best Mom. She asks you to send a love letter to somebody, and when you do the quest, it turns out you gotta fight a Brachydios mom. No, mom with an AR. So M-A-R-M. Yeah. Don't worry. It's just that they have a lot of the old games in Monster Hunter, nobody had names, technically. So everybody was named after titles. So, for example, the leader of the group that you join in 4 is just called the Caravaneer. And he's a cool character, I gotta say. Monster Hunter 4 had a really good story. And also still has my favorite guild, I guess, handler is what they now called. Like, in the old games, I think in 3, the handler technically was called the guild sweetheart or something like that. So they all had, like, titles. Yukomo sweetheart, the Yukomo gal, stuff like that. Poke guildmaster, stuff like that. It's only when, Wilds is the first game, I think, no, Rise is the first game that, actually gave the characters actual names. And Wilds is obviously following suit in that thing. So the handler is just called the handler in World, but in Wild she's called Alma, I believe. But yeah, old games, nobody had names. I think Stream Elements is having a bit of a seizure. Nope. Try to jump over the, Try to jump over the Vivillon and just smacked into it and the bee attacked me. But yeah, I am very excited for Wilds. I do hope that some more niche monsters get added. Because there are a couple of monsters that are coming back from some of the old titles. And there's a small part of me that hopes that one particular boy comes back. And that'd be Kurapeko. I love Kurapeko so much. And I miss him. Kurapeko was a silly bird. And he had a really cool mechanic too. He was essentially like a hunting horn. Okay, I did see about the thing about the thing. Let's see. In Sweden, they make a massive goat straw, sticks, and other bindings every time forces conspire to destroy it. And if the goat survives, bad things tend to happen. The last time the goat survived was 2020. Ah, okay, gotcha. Wait, I think I know what you're talking about now. I vaguely do remember about this big goat thingy. It's like a very vague memory, but I think I vaguely remember it. Stream Elements. Relax, chill. Everybody's still here. Maybe I should put the timer down a little bit. I don't know why he's, he just wants to feel included. But yeah, I think I vaguely remember about that goat statue. Now that you bring it as a statue, it makes more sense. I think the problem was that when you first said the Yule goat, I thought it was like a real goat or like some sort of demonic goat, so I was like a bit confused. It does sound like the Krampus of like sort of situation, didn't it? Yeah, dang, 2020. 2020 was the last time I went to Korea to visit. I can't believe back then, all those years ago, I caught a cold that day over in Korea a couple of days before we came back here to Australia. And I was sick, but that was the first time I got a message on my phone about talking about this unknown virus going around. And it's everybody to, you know, probably cover up and stuff like that. And it was just whispers. And then I got back, started uni, and then immediately went into lockdown after that. It's wild. Now 4 years later and it still feels like people never really recovered from it. The world changed that day. It really did. But not all for the... It's not all bad though. If I if I'd gotten locked down out there, I wouldn't have been on the path that I am on now. And I am enjoying the path that I'm on now. It's a bit slow at the moment, the path that I've chosen, but I've got to... Once I get things a bit more organized, things will change, I guess. This is fair, yeah. Not a good start, but it's okay. We still have more time. I think we'll go and hunt one of the Cetoddles real quick. Then we'll come back to the Vivillon afterwards if we don't get it. But if we don't get anything, I guess I can at least reset for the sandwich and keep the ingredients. But yeah, I've been also speeding up with making the avatars a little bit, because I have been hearing rumors that someone else might be working on making those avatars, and I'm already I'm 1/4 of the way through, and I kind of want to get it done. So we've got to pick up the pace. And also, you guys can contribute with asking what mons I should do next if any of you guys have suggestions. With, obviously, a particular stream element bot just asking us about it a moment ago. But yeah, because the weather's been sort of hot, and with the holiday period just being like, you know, back and forth on it. Just like, oh, we're going to this big event, and now there's nothing happening because the big event's over, sort of thing. That's currently what's been happening. If I may, suggest a living dex, but for the mons you've finished avatars for. Not sure what you mean. You might have to clarify that, but also, after the sandwich is done... Actually, I can just pause the game. Give me a sec, I'll write that down. So I can see the Weedle line and the Caterpie line. I'm gonna write that down. That should be 7 avatars if I'm correct. But yeah, to keep track of which ones you've done so far so people don't suggest duplicates. Ah, okay, like a page so that you guys can see it. I guess that could work because it's up to Gen 4. I can get that set up, for sure. Another thing is also you can always check the stream avatars, but I can do that as a quick thing. I can also link it to the Discord. But technically I can link it to other things too, because as somebody found, I think probably because I was on the Discord getting it linked and stuff like that, I am starting to set up a blue sky. You know, just to be a bit more social out there. I'm going to warn you guys, I have never had anything like that. I've never used anything social media related, so if I don't know how to do it properly, then you have to understand why. It's because I don't know how to do it. I've never used Twitter, and I've never used anything like that, so... I have a Tumblr, but, like, you know, I don't post anything on it, it's just so I can browse. My eyes might have been messing with me, I think I saw a pink jump pluff. Unfortunately, I don't think I was too busy looking at chat, so I probably missed it. I don't think I'd be too miffed about missing a shiny jump bluff. We've found 3 so far. I mean, if you can find it in the clip, and just send the clip in, that might help. But yeah, I'm probably not focusing on the hoppits and stuff like that, because I don't need any of those mons. How does one do that? I am not entirely sure. You might have to go back into the VOD. I think somebody did that once when I failed a Voltorb, so... I think someone might know how to do that. Unfortunately, that is not me. You might have to look it up and see, because I've seen people, like, send streamers clips or something like that. So I think it is possible. But yeah, we've found, I think, 2 shiny Jumpluff and a shiny Hoppit twice as well. Just going back and forth, because they are still affected by the shiny charm. It's still full. So I wouldn't be surprised, but... And no, I think I've missed 1 Voltorb. No, I've actually missed 2 Voltorbs. I've missed 1 Voltorb because I turned the camera away from it the moment it spawned, so I barely saw it for a second when I checked out the clip later on. And the other time was that because I forgot that they could explode, and it exploded on me because it broke out of the ball. Let's see, there's a request for Tyranitar, so probably have to get the Larvitar line. I'll write that down in just a couple of minutes because the sandwich is almost over. And I'll have to reset the game anyways because we haven't found anything. You know what? That would probably be a better thing that we didn't find that jump bluff. That way I could save the sandwich. But yeah, I think I was looking over like the roster of games that I do want to try, like, start next year. And I was just like, oh boy, that's a lot. I forgot, like, there was a couple of games that I was like, I totally put in the back of my mind that I wanted to do it, but I just totally forgot about them, and I'm just like, oof. But yeah, once I finish Echoes of Wisdom, I probably will be taking a bit of a break in the beginning of January to get stuff set up. I probably want to redo the redeems and get them all set up. I probably want to get the Blue Sky set up as well. I still can't believe Jaxie linked me a message, which was a very sweet message. I think it was Jaxie, or it was Knocked, one of the two. Probably Knocked. But they linked me a message and I was like, dang, how did he find me so quickly? But I guess it did put a little notification in one of the messages that I'd connected something. There's nothing there, so there's no point going to it yet, because I legitimately haven't put anything on there. I just got it, like, existing, so I have at least my name. When it's there, I will let you guys know, don't you worry. But I've got to figure out if I can link it to my other channels, because I think I've linked it to the Discord. I just need to, like, figure out how to, like, link it to other things as well. Like the Twitch and stuff. But I guess it'd be a bit of a better way to showcase stuff as well. Like, any art stuff I've been doing. Plus I know I'd probably want to follow the account that does all the Explorers of Sky randomizer stuff. Because they obviously post whenever a new sprite or shiny sprite or even like portraits get added to the thing that I've been using to get like all those sprites for an animations. Not really animations, but the sprites and the positions for all the avatars that I've been working on. I haven't used any fan-made ones, so I probably would credit them if I did use the fan-made ones there, but I have been using the official ones for now. But some of the fan-made ones are quite nice to look at as well. Especially a lot of the portraits for like some of the older mons. There's some really good like fan-made portraits and stuff like that. I think I've seen like some really cool ones. I think, what was it? I think one of the legendary like Sinnoh gods had a really funny looking sprite when they're like worried about something. And obviously all their sprites as well as all their like portraits are being added to the randomizer, I assume. Which is really helpful because, you know, the main starters have obviously a lot of different facial like expressions that obviously a lot of the other Pokemon don't have. It's always nice to see. See a Chansey spawning in, I think that's the end of the sandwich. Yeah, pretty much. I do not see anything here. Alright. I think we have to reset. But before I reset, I'll probably write down the other suggestion. Avatar. There we go. Alright, let's go and hunt the total. We'll come back to Vivillon in a moment. He grabs Satottle's sprite, which is going to be very big because they're made by different people. There you go. Oh no, it's actually really small. But yeah, next year, obviously I won't be doing these sort of big shiny hunting things, but I will add a redeem for things like Masuda method, for just like to hunt specific mons. Because with Masuda method, I think you can, it's more universal that a lot of mons can be Masuda hunted like that. But if you just say, oh, because there's a difference between, oh, you should Masuda hunt a particular mon and you could just find out in the wild sort of thing. Let's check out this Sotottle, see if it's any good. But there are some Pokemon I legitimately would probably want to Masuda hunt, like a lot of the Galarian. Yeah, can't speak. The Galarian, that's the word. Those forms. A lot of them would be much easier just to hunt like that. Because Brilliant Aura is very weird to work with, to say the very least, you know? Alright, let's take out some Sotottle. But yeah, there's a... I think the only game, like, that would go back to would probably be Ultra Sun and Moon. That's probably the furthest back we'd probably go, because we can use that for the Alolan Mons, but also just, like... There are the Ultra Wormholes as well. I could theoretically use those to hunt. But I feel like I'd do it when we're doing something else, like maybe Dynamax Adventure. Something that's a slow method, as we know. I mean, at some point we're going to have to shiny hunt Solgaleo. And Necrozma and a couple of other Alolan legendaries. I probably should just proc the sandwich, right? Because these guys have a higher chance of being shiny before I start KOing them. Okay, ice sandwich. Oh, it's cloth sticks. That's annoying. Cloth sticks are so annoying to work with. Because they roll. But yeah, I guess we also haven't had much, was it news on terms of Nintendo as well. I assume they'll just do all their stuff in a Nintendo Direct. They've got plenty of games on their roster that they released at the end of the year. A lot of games that I haven't had a chance to play because I'm busy. Might do this and then try and maybe put the Claw 6 in the middle. That might help. Imitation crab meat. That's what it looks like. Considering how big claws are, there's no way this is all they get from it. But yeah, I did promise you guys that I'd do the shiny hunting for the starters as well. I might make a poll at some point on the Discord. Just to see which starter we go for first. Because we do have to hunt all three of them, the Paldean starters in this game. I just have to do it in a different file because I have no room in this file. Alright. Now I just punch more Sotottle. until the shiny shows up. Which hopefully won't take too long. It does help that the Sotodle aren't really, like, vicious or anything like that, and they don't run into us like, you know, Vespiquen. They're also spawning quite frequently, which is good. Because I know we had a different event hunt that barely had any of them spawning in, and it was really aggravating to deal with. That's a hoppet. I do know there will be a time when I'm going to have to do some really hard, annoying shinies. Because it's going to happen. There's no avoiding it. Part of me hopes that there's a bit of a better time for when that happens. Because I know one of the hunts I'm not looking forward to is essentially the mouse hold hunt. Because I'm going to have to get tandem mouse until I get the three mouse hold. Because that's technically a form. At least with the Dunsparce situation, you can sort of cheese it. Wow, that was really quick. But mouse hold, you cannot cheese it. You just have to catch him. He is definitely more noticeable here in this lighting. Hello there. Definitely was a good idea to just start the shiny hunting whilst taking out the group. You're just a silly guy. He is. I almost Mach punched it. Good thing I didn't. We've still got this ice sandwich. So the question is, what do we do now? Should we keep hunting here, or should we just go do another ice type? Because I do have some ice types I do need to get. I still have to get Cryogonal and Avalugg. Any other ice types? I need to get another Frigibax as well. But yeah. No marks, but that's fine. I think we'll just head off to the mountains, honestly. We got the Sotodle, which I'm happy about. I guess we can't really do Frigibax because everything else is there. But yeah, this adorable little lady is going to evolve into a giant whale. Technically, we could just do it now, can't we? Nothing's stopping us. Because it's just an ice stone, I believe. Yes, in the middle of a blizzard, let us evolve our whale. I'm pretty sure it evolves with the ice stone. I vaguely remember that being a thing. Yeah. Level 10. Also, I need to put the counter up. Give me a sec. Boop. And then I can mark that we got Skeledirge. Not Skeledirge, Titan. Why am I saying Skeledirge? Here we go. Look at that. Oh, it's such a good shiny. In the middle of the blizzard too. Oh, it's got eyelashes too. A real lady. Look how cute she is. It looks so cool, it certainly does. And its cry is certainly such a crazy cry as well. Alright. Let's see, where do I want to go to look for these mons? Yeah, because I think it also has a lot of Greavods here. That's not what I'm after. Avalugg is technically the one we need, but a Bergmite still works. Is that a Gimmighoul under there? It is. Grab that real quick. Trying to think who... Actually, I should just look it up. Give me a second. I should look up where to go, because there's a couple of ice types we do need. Not many, but there is a couple. And we honestly should go for them, because we don't have as much time. Let's see. Pokemon Violet. Ice. Sandwich. I can spell properly. I might have to look this up on YouTube. Not showing up here. YouTube. Show me the goods. Okay, here we go. Put the volume down. I need... So, why Crab Brawler? Crab Brawler isn't an ice type. Use Electric Sandwich. Yeah, we don't want that. Oh my goodness, I didn't even notice there was a follower. Thank you so much. Football Master. Is that like a weird way of saying football? Football. Football Master 29. Thank you so much for the follow. We're just doing some shiny hunting now. I'm just looking up locations real quick. Wait, they can spawn in Lag Lake? Let me take a look. I don't know if I really want to hunt in Lag Lake, but, you know, it's worth a shot to take a look. But, thank you so much for the follow. And, now that you're following, you'll be able to get access to a lot of the, different avatars that exist. What you hunting? We're just doing a sort of I guess a random amount of hunting. Right now, we're currently hunting Bergmite, so I'm taking a look to see if it's worth hunting here. We just did Citadel. And we'll probably be going back to get the Savannah Vivillon. Oh, they do spawn here. Okay, that's neat. The only downside is we've got to watch out for, you-know-who. But this is part of a shiny hunting month. This is the final episode. We've been doing 30 sessions of shiny hunting altogether. As you can see by the total down below us, that's how many shinies we've managed to collect throughout our journey. And since this is like the last sort of time that we get to do this, I thought we might as well go back to Violet and do some hunting. We did get the Rayquaza, that's part of the outbreak. We just got the Citadel, that was also part of the event, so that's why we're using the rest of our ice sandwich to look for a Bergmite. And as well as the Avalugg. But I guess, yeah, they just spawn here. Because they're technically icebergs. This is actually a pretty good place to hunt for them because there are no other ice types that get conflicted. My only worry is that Veluzu spawns here, and you know, don't like Veluzu. I had to deal with it when I was hunting for Tatsugiri a year or two ago. And obviously Lag Lake is Lag Lake, but, you know, we gotta do what we're gonna do. But yeah, we'll just, if you do, exclamation mark shiny, Football Master, you can actually take a look and see of the shinies that we're currently missing. This is for a giant shiny living dex that is in home. Okay, yeah, this is definitely a good place to hunt for Bergmite. Cragonal is also going to be an annoying one to hunt for. I could technically RNG manip it in Gen 5. No worries about that. It's just I guess it's just the issue of it all. And I did want to, I could RNG manip a couple of mons that I haven't gotten in these games, like Zorora and stuff like that. Anything Gen 5 and down. I just wanted to save them for this game because we were doing the shiny hunting month. But probably once shiny hunting month is like done, I'll probably like try and get those Pokemon just using those methods. Just to like reduce the time of it all. Whoa, some of these Bergmites are like really big and some of them are just really small. There's no consistent size between them. I'm trying to decide what's the best way to see them because I guess, yeah, you can see their body, but it's kind of hard to see their body underwater. So I guess it's like just looking at their eyes, really. Because they have orangey eyes, don't they? Okay, yeah, we're looking for like bright yellow eyes. And maybe, I guess, a lighter ice color, but yeah, it's probably just looking at the eyes that's probably the better solution here. But yeah, there's a couple of really hard hunts that I definitely am not looking forward to, but you know, content is content, as they say. It's just I'm worried that, like, I don't think I can keep you guys entertained while I, like, shiny hunt something that requires me to sit down, look at the shiny, it not shiny, reset, sort of thing. I mean, I guess it's no different than just, like, running around, sort of, in a way. But at the same time, it's just, like, there's not much activity, you know what I mean? I'm just hitting a combination of buttons and then reset. But we still have plenty of Pokemon that don't require that method, so I think we're in the clear for a little while. Don't want some Slowpoke. But yeah, I'll probably be like on and off like shiny hunting in my own time. I just need to get a bunch of what's the word? I need to get a bunch of Salty Herb and Mystica. I've run out. I haven't had the time to like grind up for some more. I was a little worried that I saw something that might have been the shiny and disappeared at the last frame, but I'm gonna pretend it wasn't, just so it doesn't hurt as much if it was. Oof, the lag though here is very real. Yeah, that is something else that I realize. A lot of people were like, oh, the Switch 2 is going to be announced this year or something, or the end of the year. And the end of the year is fast approaching, guys. It's literally in, what, 3 days' time? So unless they do a Majora's Mask situation, it'd be just like, yep, it's here at the very last day of the year. I don't think it's going to be announced in any circumstance. Oh, there's a lot of them here. Yeah, it's been a bit of a crazy year, I think. In general. Like, the amount of, like, games that came out. And stuff like, just the crazy sort of games that came out. And even are just announced for next year. It's kind of mind-boggling, to say the least. Whoa. Ice changed color. Didn't we, like, get, like... Did we get all 3 Mario RPGs this year? Because I feel like I played Paper Mario, Thousand Year Door, and I also played the original. But we got Super Mario RPG, I think, this year, didn't we? And then we got Brothership, which I haven't played yet, but I'm going to, but... Kind of wild, like, just how much the Mario fans really ate. Mario fans got, like, a bunch of good games in this recent time. I think Sonic fans are doing well too. Because you guys got some pretty cool stuff as well. And I mean, the movie was great as well. Obviously can't say much more on it. I've already discussed briefly about it. We have to wait. What's the period of time that you can wait for something before it's considered, like, not a spoiler? Like, I'm actually kind of curious what you guys would think. Because I despise spoilers, obviously. I don't like inflicting that sort of thing to people. That's why I always want to be extra cautious with spoilers and stuff like that. Like, is it like a, would you say a month after something comes out is when, like, the spoilers are okay? Or if it's just a, don't touch this for another, like, several months? Like, for example, Echoes of Wisdom sort of thing. I obviously avoided as much spoilers as I could on that game. Maybe a month? Yeah, I'm thinking a month. And before, like, before it's like, you're in the general clear. You can obviously say, oh, I'm going to tell something spoiler related and let the other person know. But I feel like a month is like a long enough time to be like, okay, I want to talk about this particular thing and I'm not going to get like, people aren't going to throw the biggest hissy fit over it. Which has obviously been hard because I have to like avoid almost everything about some of the games that I still haven't played yet. And I'm just like, ah, it's so hard. Especially with the extended period of, like, streaming. I don't get to complete it. I can't, like, sit down and just complete a game in one run. A couple of days sort of thing. Which is, it kind of sucks in a way. You've got to, like, completely shut the internet off just to avoid spoilers. Because you just think about something for like even a brief amount of time and suddenly your FBI agent's like, hey, you wanted to see videos recommended on this particular topic? And I'm like, no, I didn't. And there's obviously those people who like post stuff like immediately too because they got it like, I don't know, a digital copy or something, early access, so they think they're in the clear to be able to just, you know, put everything on the internet. Still am upset about that one, like, one thing that spoiled me on a boss in, like, Smash Brothers Ultimate. I was so close. Almost at the finish line, and then someone tripped me up at the finish line. It was a spoiler. I think I've been doing pretty well with Brothership, avoiding most spoilers. There are a couple of things here and there, but they've been thankfully out of context, so I don't understand. But it's been rough. I know Echoes of Wisdom was one that was really rough. Trying to avoid any spoilers for. There's someone tearing down the street outside. Ah, yes, I am an important person. I must rev my engine at max volume. Gets me all them chicks. Like, no, nobody likes to hear that sort of stuff in the middle of the day. It kind of actually reminds me as I was driving back from work the other day. I was with my dad because he was at the same location as I was, and then he suddenly slowed the car down like to a crawl. And I was like, what's going on here? And he was mentioning that two cars ahead of us were starting to swerve. Like, you know, wobbling on their side of the road. And he's like, yeah, I don't want to involve myself in that. Like, nobody wants to involve themselves with anything that has, like, people messing around in cars. And then it turned out that there was another car, like, I thought it was going to be, like, the really expensive sports car that was going to be the issue. Because there was another car, too, that was sort of near those wobbling cars. And, it turns out, no, it was because all three of those cars belonged to, like, a bunch of teenagers who were all mucking around on the roads in an 80s zone. You know, as you do. And you're just like, come on. They're like, half of them were shirtless. They were clearly trying to prove a point, and you're just like, no. There's nothing to prove. Except that you're all idiots. You've proven that point pretty well. You gotta be careful with these things. Holiday periods are rough. People are not paying attention. Heck, when we were coming back home, before I was about to do a stream, we nearly got into a car accident just outside our house. Because, there was a T intersection, and we were driving down in a, you know, the 50k sort of thing. I will admit, like, say, kilometers, just for anybody outside and using the, what are them called, the freedom metric. And I guess somebody came out of one of the other T intersection without looking towards us, and started to drive forward when he doesn't even have the right of way. It was kind of forced. We had to, like, force a stop, and that's never comfortable because it, like, chokes you. But, like, so annoying that people do something like that. You gotta pay attention. We could have seriously been hurt because of just the angle that would have been at. Honestly, actually, I think they would have been in more danger because we would have hit the side of their car. Gotta look both ways. There's a Veluza chasing me. But yeah, enough of those depressing sort of, what is them called it? Conversations about cars. Oh, though I did see I saw an interesting looking car. It was one of those ones that are like, it's not iridescent. What's the word? You know where it changes color depending which way you look at it? I'm trying to think what the word is. Yeah, we saw one of those recently. That was pretty cool. Bergmite doesn't seem to want to show, but we'll just keep going. But, yeah, the reason I have to cut the stream a little bit short today is because we're having a big sort of, I guess, I don't think it's a Christmas dinner, but I guess it's just catching up with some folk didn't meet us for the Christmas lunch we had. Which I am excited over the fact that I have a lot of leftover, stuff from the dessert I made. I, may have over-panicked and made a bunch of cake, like sponge cake for leftovers. Because, we used to buy the sponge cake that we used for a trifle dish. Which I guess for those who don't know what a trifle is, it's basically a sponge cake, a fruit of your choice, covered with a custard, put with the jelly on top, and then with cream on top. It's like a layered dessert is the best way to say it. But we used to easily just buy all the ingredients for that. But the thing is that my mom is now like lactose intolerant, so that's just not a thing we can do anymore. So I have to make the sponge cake from scratch. I think I did a pretty good job this time. I was a little worried and I made double batch and now we have this huge chunk of sponge cake left over. Which I'm planning to whip the remaining cream. And my mom bought some mulberry jam while we were out in the country visiting our other cousins. I'm going to slap it together and make a very simple sponge cake. But I do have to make some stuff for the New Year's Eve party. So I think tomorrow after the D&D session, I've got to like head over to the shops. Because I got to do all the baking on Monday. And I think I don't have all the ingredients. So probably after stream, and after the dinner, I'm gonna have to like check what ingredients I have. Make sure I've got everything. Because some of the ingredients are like, oh yeah, I would have that because it's a common household ingredient. And then some of the ingredients are like, oh, this is specifically an ingredient for this one recipe that you most likely wouldn't have because it'd either A, go off, or you've already used up all of it. Mick, and I think I'm gonna make my usual choc chip brown buttered cookies. And then I might make the Brazilian cheese bread, which is often a fan favorite. Because a lot of people are often surprised when I bring that one. They do like it. Marshmallows would be nice for a Christmas thing if we're going to be up late. But it's not really a thing that you can just snack on constantly. I think I wanted to make, was it coconut macaroons? That was the other one. So I've got plenty of options. I just need to make sure I have all the ingredients. This feels like the most amount of baking and like just dessert making I've made in quite a while. I've been really busy like in the earlier months and just hadn't had a time to just sit down and be like, you know what, let's make something tasty. I don't know whether to feel good or dirty. Depends on the context of the situation. You cheated something? I just flipped 14 coins using Superior and the Celebi EX. Ah, yes, that set. Go to jail. No. I have heard of things about the Celebi EX set recently. This is related to TGC Pocket. I have not gotten into the competitive at all, and I've just been enjoying life. I'm just wanting trading to be open. I've already picked up so many duplicates. I still can't believe I pulled 2 full art Mews and not a single Snivy or Superior. Like, Snivy is a common card, I assume, so I'm just surprised that I haven't pulled a single one yet. But I guess it's because the Mew set is a smaller set, and it only has, like, 1 booster compared to, like, the is it Genetic Fusion? Where it's, like, 3 different sets all in one. Heck, we have the next set coming out next year, too. Gotta start saving up more timer points. Because I think I've got most of the mons. It's just a couple of EX cards that I'm currently missing, which is the issue. So, there's no point using points, like, to refill pack pools for those. Because, I mean, like, pulling 10 packs for just looking for 1 card doesn't seem like a good investment, to say the least. I think it'd be better just to save up the pack points slowly and then just pay it. Because I think that's kind of all that I'm missing. I'm missing a couple of holo cards. Like the small holo cards from the first set. And then a couple of EX cards. And I feel like if trading becomes a thing, soonish, hopefully, it'll be a lot easier to complete. But yeah, it's a waiting game at the moment. But I really hope that they do it sooner than later. Yeah, it's slated for this January. And I know the new set's coming out, so I'm wondering if they're gonna release the new set and trading at the same time. Whoop! Haha, I'd get juked, you silly fish. According to legend, yeah. According to the myths of the old world. AKA the data miners. Because, yeah, I remember it was like, they're slating a new set next year as well. And I know some people are crossing their fingers hoping for, like, certain things. I think a couple of people want Johto stuff. Because I think the first 2 sets have been very heavily, like, Kanto related. I mean, heck, Mew, Charizard, Pikachu, and Mewtwo are kind of the all Kanto mons. So totally understandable. But whether or not they decide whether they're just going to do that, I feel like it's either going to be Johto, or they can do something weird like... What if they just skip all the way to X and Y? I mean, Legend ZA is coming out soon, so they could use that as a coalition, like, coloration, or whatever that word is. You know, connected. I mean, that's what they did for, when everyone was arguing about whether... What was it? If, a certain game was going to come out and then it was, like, ZA. So I think people were, like, hoping for... Was it Johto remakes? Or, like... I can't remember if it was, like... What was the other option? I know Johto remakes, or Let's Go Johto of some sort, was a big rumor for a long time. Everybody thought it was going to be that because of the unknowns showing up, and then it was like, nah, ZA. And honestly, I think it's probably better for it to be ZA. As much as how old Johto is, at least Johto had remakes. Technically, if you count Gold, Silver, Crystal, and then Heart Gold, Soul Silver. Like... X and Y are definitely in the ballpark of, we legit don't have anything. Because they don't have remakes, they don't have, really don't have spin-offs or anything like that. So they really desperately needed something. Heck, Zygarde is so unexplored in X and Y. And then they don't even explain why he shows up in Alola either. That's how underutilized Zygarde is. The fact that he showed up in Alola and has more story presence in Alola, the place he's not from. Though I do wonder what their stance is going to be on the shiny legendaries. I have a feeling it's going to be like ZA, where they're all going to be locked, which kind of sucks because it still means that their shinies are still locked in the older games. At least you can get them in the older games. I can't remember if you can get Zygarde in... No, you can't get Zygarde in the Alola games. You can get Xerneas and Yveltal from the Ultra Wormholes, but because of the Zygarde cells, I don't think you can get Zygarde as a shiny. I think shiny Zygarde is another one that's locked to the Dynamax Adventure, which a lot of people say is one of the hardest ones to do. Because Zygarde has 2 AoE moves, so unless you get Wide Guard, you kind of are screwed. But our next goal is not Zygarde anytime soon for the Dynamax Adventure. Unless somebody asks specifically for it. It'll most likely be just Solgaleo, because I actually have Solgaleo. I think I have Solgaleo and Yveltal currently just saved up in the Dynamax Adventure. I should probably grab a Tapu at some point. I feel like the Tapus would be a little bit easier to deal with because they're not like the bulky legendaries. But I could be wrong. I've never really fought the Tapus. I think I fought Tapu Koko once and that was it. Yeah. I feel like Ice type is definitely one that does not give me much on the terms of pulls. I don't think I've really hunted for Ice types in this game. I think Frigiback's using Dragon Sandwich, but Ice types in general, I don't think I've really hunted with too much success. I obviously have gotten things like the Sotodle, and I've now finished that line, thank you. Thank goodness game decided to give us that early. But I don't think I've really hunted for any other Ice types in this game, like, that much. I can't remember because, I mean, when did we start the shiny hunting month? Like, middle of the year or like early this year? But yeah, I feel like there's some Pokemon that I've definitely had a lot better luck. I would be curious to see, like, once I get all the clips together. I'll probably put all the clips of all the shinies we get and then put them into one big YouTube vid, which will be very big chunky sort of list. I'm gonna probably count and see how many of each type we got more of. I feel like Bug would definitely be up there because just simply from us constantly hunting for Vivillon. But we'll see. Because there's always like hunting for the mon and then there's actually getting the mon. There's a difference in the two. I think we're gonna have to hunt for something else. But what to hunt for? I still want to get... Oh my goodness, that was quick. Gee whiz, he caught up to me so fast. Yeah, these guys are annoying because you can't even run away from them. And I had to deal with them whilst I was doing the Tatsugiri hunt. This is why this place isn't really the most ideal place to look for shinies due to all the elements being against you. But, I mean, the fact that only Bergmite spawns here is probably, like, the better option. Nobody is interested in anything that's not an event mon. Just save those Pokeballs. But yeah, I think I want to try and go have another crack at Claw. Because I think I've hunted that man 3 to 4 times now, and I still haven't got him. And he's a really good shiny, so I really would want him before the end of stream. And then we'll go back to the Vivillon after a Claw hunt, I think. Plus, if we do find Clorf early, we can technically use the sandwich left over to continue hunting in the for the rock types, because I do have a couple of rock types that I don't have yet. Because I mean, there's obviously Knackley that spawns in this area, and there's also Rockruff I don't have, I think. Oh, thank you so much for the follow, Ultra Duelist. Welcome on in. We're just doing some shiny hunting for our shiny hunting month. Which this is the final session we're doing. And we are just about to start hunting for Clorf. Currently playing Scarlet. Nice. Also, since you are following, you do get a bunch of points. And you should be able to have access to all the avatars. So that's the Tamagotchi ones that I've made, the Kirby one, and the Mystery Dungeon ones, which I'm currently working on making. Are you just playing through Scarlet in terms of just like going through the story, or are you doing something else like what I'm doing where it's like I'm shiny hunting? To bacon. Nope, shiny hunting. Nice! You after anything in particular? This is gonna be a chunky sandwich. Nope, just whatever I can find. Nice. I assume you probably went after all the event mons that were out today. Those would be pretty easy to shiny hunt. Considering they have a +5 in odds. I'm really concerned about the sandwich. This bacon is so thick. This is not bacon. This sandwich, you could not even put in your mouth. Oh boy. I feel like it's gonna explode. Put the thing in, quickly. Okay. Alright, let me change the icon whilst the sandwich is popping. But regardless of what you're hunting, Ultra, I do hope you have good luck with it and you find what you need. Alright, let's see if we can get the crab. Let us get blue crab. I have duplicate shinies? Nice. The stuff that I'm shiny hunting are basically stuff that I don't have on my my shiny decks. Because I am trying to complete a big giant shiny dex that is in Pokemon Home. But we're also specifically looking for this crab because I've hunted him 4 separate times and have not found him yet. And, I mean, look at him, he's such a good shiny. I have a shiny Venomoth if you want it. Unfortunately, I've got my fair share of shiny Venomoth, so... If you have any duplicates that you might want to give, you can always check the thing. Let me put that up. I'll probably get attacked by this Clorf in just a moment. Let's see, right here. And you can see the mons that I have am still missing. But thank you so much for the offer regardless. Shiny Venomoth is a good shiny. It was actually the first shiny we found in Pokemon Violet when we were doing our casual playthrough of the game back when it first released. And I think we found another one in another playthrough too when we were doing our home living decks of just the regular Pokemon, and we're just going through the story again to get some of the story exclusives. But yeah, I wonder if considering how easy they made shiny... Well, I wouldn't say it's the easiest, but it's definitely a lot easier to shiny hunt in these games. And, like, the odds definitely feel a lot higher. Considering sometimes you could just run into shiny Pokemon without even trying. I'm wondering if, what the next hunting method will be. I know ZA will most likely be based in Legend Arceus's hunting, but I'm wondering if they'll add, like, an extra layer to it. Because with Legends Arceus, they had the massive mass outbreaks as a means to boost your odds. So I'm wondering if they'll continue to do that, or they'll add something else that might help. But we'll see, we'll see. They've basically given us no information on that game, and I'm totally fine with it. The longer they take, that means the more time they can prep the game. I want them to actually polish the game. As much as I like Scarlet and Violet, I can tell it's very unpolished in areas where it feels incomplete. And I don't want that sort of crunch to happen again. The one thing I'm not looking forward to once ZA comes out is if I have to, like, reorganize my home living decks. That's going to be a bit annoying. I'd have to, like, start shifting things around if there's any, like, alternate forms and such. Thankfully, most of it will just be, like, shifting one over or something like that, but yeah. Definitely will take time. I am back. Welcome back, football. Where we didn't find the little Bergie. So we moved on to Clorf. Because we have hunted this guy multiple times and I would like to get him. So we're just discussing about, I guess, ZA a little bit. There is something I wonder that might happen in the future. Is, it's in regards to Zygarde. So, I guess for those who have been keeping up with the anime, is it Horizons? Pokemon Horizons? And how just somebody casually in that, I guess, anime just casually has a shiny Zygarde, but it's the, is it the 50%? No, it's not the 50%. Is it the 25% form? You know, the Zygarde Doggo form. So I'm wondering if at some point will they just release that as a shiny for people to get, like they did with this event with the shiny Rayquaza. Wait, what? Yeah, like, I think the bad guys, like, one of the mastermind behind the bad... 10%, thank you. Yeah, the mastermind for the bad guys of that, series, he just has, like, a dog. He has Doggo Zygarde, and it's shiny. And I think at some point in the plot, that guy did use, like, Zygarde as, I think, more in his fuller form, but used him in the past. Not 25%, yeah. I just couldn't remember, it's been a while, it's all percentages. I think 50% is definitely the snake form, right? And then 100% is the mech form, I would call it. Aim shiny hunting? Yeah. I did see that football. I was wondering what it meant, the shiny hunting. Are you like a bit shy about it? But what are you hunting for? I believe Ultra Duelist is also shiny hunting at the moment. And he's just going for whatever he feels like. My bad. No worries, no worries. I think I was rambling about shiny Zygarde, so I wanted to finish that off when I saw the message. Because I have a habit of like rambling about something and then getting cut off and then forgetting what I was talking about, so I want to try and make sure I got the things out. Spirit Tomb. That is another good shiny. Oh, we're both hunting blue shinies. Nope. Don't pick up the Gimme Ghoul. Not until we find the shiny. Are you hunting Spirit Tomb in this game? Or are you looking for it in a different game? It'll spawn down there too. Yes. Because I think he spawns up in the mountains, if I vaguely remember. Oh, but I guess you can also get a mass outbreak of him too. I love how it's really funny, the implications of like mass outbreak Spirit Tombs is the implication of 108 spirits per Spirit Tomb being trapped into like multiples of Spirit Tomb. It's a little concerning. In Violet, yes. Gotcha, gotcha. So we have one Scarlet player and two Violet players. But yeah, I'm wondering if they'll do a thing where they might release the Zygarde as an event mon. Like what they did with this game. Where they had the Shiny Rayquaza. Because the Shiny Rayquaza event, I think, is supposed to be, not only is it the Year of the Dragon, but like Shiny Rayquaza is also in the anime as well. So I'm wondering if there's going to be a tie-in on that. And I mean, it'd be like the perfect time to release a Shiny Zygarde next year, right? Because isn't it like next year the Year of the Snake or something like that? I mean, Zygarde looks snake-like. When he's not a dog. Or whatever the mech is. He's snake-like. They could release the dog. The thing is that the reason that dog doesn't have a shiny form is because Zygarde, the full percent, like the 50%, can be gotten in the Dynamax Adventures, but the doggo form cannot be. I believe the doggo form is locked to Sun and Moon era, and not only that, I believe you can't decrease the cells of a Zygarde. You can only go up, really. Oh, there's a event Pokemon. So, if you have a shiny Doggo Zygarde, it's most likely illegal, is basically it. So I'm wondering if they will I hope they do start release more shiny locked mons. Heck, we need all the shiny locked mons of these guys. What is it? The Loyal 3, the Disaster Quartet, or the Treasure Totems, the Bike Doggos, Lizard thingies, they don't have like shinies released. Like, that's a lot of shinies that are still like not available to us. And I'm hoping they will release them, because obviously it's been a bit upsetting how little of the shinies they've been releasing. It's like weird, the position they're in. On the one hand, they still have yet to release the shiny horses or Calyrex from Sword and Shield. But on the other hand, they just casually dropped shiny Meloetta. So it's like, I don't know. I'm sure they're going to release shiny Zygarde when the Measters of Zygarde uses him in a battle. Maybe, but like, I'm worried that if that's the case, they might just release regular Zygarde, not the Doggo Zygarde. That's my biggest concern, is that they just release base Zygarde rather than Doggo's Zygarde. Because we can get base Zygarde. It's hard, but it's possible in Dynamax. That they need to specifically release Doggo Zygarde. Oof, that yawn came out a bit weird. But yeah, I'm just hoping that they start releasing more, more shiny locked mons in the future. The sooner the better. Though it is a bit of a shame they only just started doing it now, because technically, Sword and Shield, Brilliant Diamond Shining Pearl, Legends Arceus, and I think the Let's Go games all have Pokedexes in home, but you don't get any rewards for finishing those games. It's only just Scarlet and Violet at the moment, and all the DLC. Ah yeah, the Honchkrow has already been caught some time ago. It's part of the Poke Community app. But I hope that they still continue the trend, because, and it's a weird thought, because there are obviously people who don't like it, because you have to download a mobile app to get the, even like, get them on. And some people are a bit iffy about that, or like they don't want to pay for the premium of Pokemon Home, which is understandable. But like, the difference between premium Home and just free Home is kind of wild. Because I think if you get a free version of Home, you can only have like a box of 60 or 30 Mons, which is barely anything. Oh, you just got the shiny? Congrats! What type of ball did you catch it in? Ultra Ball. Gotcha. So I know there are some people who like to coordinate their Pokeballs with whatever they're catching, which is that's one thing that I'd like to try to do that, but there are some times where I'm just like, why? To some shiny hunters, where shiny hunters like, oh my god, I finally found the Pokemon, throws a quick ball, and I'm like, guys, the quick ball's so ugly, stop. Like, I can understand sometimes as well, it's like, if you've caught the Pokemon, like, a multiple amount of times, very understandable. 129 resets to get him. Okay, nice. I assume because when you mean a reset, it's like a picnic reset. Boy, I like the quick ball. I know, but I'm not a fan of the quick ball's design. I mean, I won't deny its usefulness. Like, there's no denying that it is a useful ball. But I don't know. It doesn't work with some shinies, I think. I think that's a big issue I have with it. Like, let's say you find a shiny that's like super like bright red and you throw a quick ball at it, like, you know, it doesn't really work. No game resets. Oh, okay, so you're actually doing the... Oh, no, wait, so you're not doing the sandwich. You're doing the reset for that single one up at the top of the mountain. Gotcha. Because I know there's a couple of mons you can do that for. I believe you can do that method with a little bit of adjustment with the Terra mons that are wandering around. Because I did see someone get, like, a Own Tempo Terra Rockruff. Because there is a single Rockruff on the map that has the Own Tempo, so you can evolve it into the Dusk form. And I think he did something that allowed him to, like, reset over and over again until it shined. I don't know if he had to, like, change the date or the time or anything like that, but I just remember that that was something he caught, and I was like, oh, that's kind of cool. That's actually another mon that I haven't gotten any of the evolved forms for. I've literally got one Rockruff, which we found randomly in our playthrough of Violet, and then that's it. Like, there's no point involving it because, I mean, I don't even have Rock Ruff. That was the first time I'd ever gotten it. I'm still missing that entire line. Yeah, I think it's quite a decent chunk of rock types that I don't have yet still. Is anything up this way? Gotta say, like, you're hunting for Reshiram in Sword. So you're doing Dynamax adventures. Good luck with that. I know that particular method is a very 50-50 on whether it's really good or really bad. Because I mean, there are some Pokemon that are locked to Dynamax adventures, but then it's just the looking at our 99 encounters for like Lunala. Almost went full odds on that one. But definitely good luck with it. I don't know how difficult Reshiram is in general fighting, but that's another mon I do need to get at some point. I think Reshi and Zekrom. I believe you can get them in Ultra Sun and Moon, so it's not like the end of the world. They're not like exclusively locked to Dynamax Adventure. But I don't know. I don't know which is actually faster, to be honest. I feel like doing the Ultra Wormholes would probably be faster. It's just the resetting which can be a little annoying. And I would say the hard part for the Ultra Wormholes is actually finding the Legendary at first. Because obviously you want to go as far as possible, and you want to look for a certain color wormhole. I actually don't know if it's affected by length, like how far you go into the wormhole in terms of just like affecting the shininess of legendaries. I think it only affects like wild Pokemon. But yeah, it can be a bit annoying when you've got like multiple mons out and about. I think one issue I might have is that with the Ultra Sun and Moon things, it's like I don't have Ultra Sun. I never picked up Ultra Sun. I only have Sun, Moon, and like Ultra Moon. So any Ultra Sun exclusives are just not available to me. Very hard, yeah. Because I know some Dynamax mons are a lot harder than others. Obviously, a big one is is Zygarde due to his AoE nonsense. But you have to do it because it's the only way to get one. He's probably like one of the most sought out Dynamax adventures, probably. Because, yeah, you don't want to be doing it too often with, like, the AI. It'd probably be better to just do it with human players due to the nonsense the AI does in that game. I think the game doesn't want to give us the cloth. So you know what I might do? Oh, I can rock over there. Let's just head over here. Carbink is technically a rock type. I just want to get a couple more shinies because, I mean, this is our last episode of us doing this. We gotta get a couple. We gotta get more than one shiny. How much time have you been hunting? Today 2 hours. In general, 30 streams worth. And each of the streams are about 5 hours a bit. But I've been hunting, if you're talking about like in general, I've been hunting for a couple of years. Hmm? Hmm? Okay, random shiny Growlithe. I was like, that Growlithe looks a bit odd. $30 streams feels low, but you think about it, it's a ton of time. Yeah, this was for a redeem. Duskball would be fine. I was just driving past a previous Growlithe, and then I drove past this one. I was like, this one looks off for some reason. I couldn't pin it, and you know, well, shiny's a shiny. How odd. It is not as noticeable in this game. It's a lot more yellow in the previous games, but shiny's a shiny. Not the shiny I was expecting, but it's a shiny. Does it have a mark? No. Right. I guess he's joining us. Cause yeah, I think there was a Growlithe back here or something. Yeah, this guy. I drove past this guy first, and I was like, then I drove past the second one, and I was like, wow, that one doesn't look anything like the first one for some odd reason. Can't hunt for 20 minutes. Well, I hate to mention to it, friend, but a sandwich is 30 minutes long. But it is understandable sometimes. Like, sometimes it's better. Some people function a lot easier with shiny hunting for like short bursts of time. So, can totally understand it. There are times where I'm just like... Sometimes I'm just like, you know what? I don't want to do any shiny hunting for a while. Oh my god, that's a lot. Actually, it feels like it's nothing sometimes. Sometimes you just hunt and you just don't find anything with the shiny sandwiches. Okay, let's see if we can find a Carbink in 7 minutes. Wow, they're really spaced out, I gotta say, though. But yeah, I started doing this shiny hunting redeem back at the beginning of the year. It was for a follower thing, because I was shiny hunting on and off, but I wanted to do a redeem for the amount of followers. And I was like, yeah, 30 sessions, like a month's worth. Obviously, I couldn't do it every single day. And I probably am quite grateful that I did it this way, because if I just shiny hunted 30 days, like, back to back to back, I think that would have just totally worn me out and I wouldn't have been able to keep up with it. Here's my second day hunting. Yeah, I've been shiny hunting for quite a bit. And if you want to know patience, just look at my Mystery Dungeon series that we just did recently. That is true patience. The grinding for those mons. So I guess for those who probably are new here, I did a 100% recruitment run in Pokemon Mystery Dungeon Red Rescue Team, and I just finished it. We managed to just recruit everything in the last episode, which I'm really grateful for, because it means I can most likely get everything done before the end of the year. And I like that sort of thought. Ties everything up in a neat little bow. But yeah, I mean, football, if you looked over at my shiny decks, you would be able to tell that I've been hunting for quite a while. I have currently 800 and probably more than 800 shinies now. Because obviously the poker thing doesn't show off different forms and stuff like that. Or like females and males sort of thing. Look how small he is. Some of these Carbinks are so cute how small they are. Caught Shiny Spiritomb, Groudon, and Dragonite. Ooh. Congrats on the Groudon one. They're all pretty decent shinies, all of them. There's nothing wrong with starting also a very late sort of shiny hunting. And you can start shiny hunting whenever you want, really. Definitely feels like it's a lot more accessible these days. what was that thing, where they did the, there's a group that did shiny hunting every Pokemon in a particular Pokedex, or like every Gen Pokemon, and I was watching their video of, Gen 4, and there was somebody who was hunting like 15 DSs to hunt for, yeah, I think it was PM7. Oh, Carbink is so cute. I already have shiny Carbink, and it's actually quite an interesting story where I got shiny Carbink. I was on a plane, I believe. I was playing through one of the, I think it was like either one of the Lowland games, I can't remember which one. But I was just running through one of the caves and I just had random encounter on shiny Carbink. And I was like, I think I called it lucky because of that. And it's a good shiny too. I'm a little worried it has explosion or something like that. I hope it doesn't. Just put it back to sleep as soon as we can. But yeah, I think there was one person who was in that hunt for the Gen 4. And they had like 15 DSs or something like that, and they were hunting for shiny Manaphy, and they alone were hunting for shiny Manaphy. And I was like, my god, how much money would it have taken to get 15 DSs, have them all be able to capture card them, because they had to show up all the encounters. Congrats on the shiny, thank you. Let's see if it has a mark. No mark. Alrighty. I should add that to the counter. Boop. But yeah, I think if I did a hunt like that, one of those full odd hunts, the maximum amount I could probably do is like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 6 maybe? But like, none of them would be connected to capture card or anything like that. Alright. Yeah, the sandwich is about to end. So. Might as well just stick here just for a little while. Who knows, maybe another one will spawn in. Let's just keep taking some out. Oh, the rain is lagging my game. But yeah, I think we'll head back to the Vivillon hunt again. After this. Apparently that one touched me. Wasn't expecting that. Grab the Savannah. Big butterfly. Oops. There we go. Fake yeet command. Hello, Fear. Hello there, Portal. Good to see ya. Yeah, I don't have a yeet command. I'm not sadistic like Crescent with having yeet commands. Though I know there is a certain somebody who likes to do attacks. Alrighty. Let's see. We could go for Fracture as well. Who's that? Oh, I can't imagine who that might be using attack commands. Oh, you got the Reshiram, or you doing the fight? Let's head back to the Vivillon spot real quick. Got no proof. It's not like I record my VODs and upload them to YouTube. Absolutely no proof there. Ugh. Water spilt on my, from my drink. I'm in fairly good mood tonight. That's good. What's this? What's, the reason? Oh, you got the shiny restaurant already? Wow, that was quick. A part of me is like happy that you got the shiny, but another part of me is kind of miserable that you got the shiny so quickly. Back in when we were doing our Lunala hunt, I think it was like 99 or 98 encounters. Finally get it after 2 random strangers got it first and then just dipped from my stream never to be seen again. That was probably the more painful part, is that once they got their shinies, they just dipped and never came back. And I'm just like, man, I can't believe that happened. Did I save next to Zekrom? Good luck with the Zekrom. I upgraded my gaming laptop. You have 32 gigs of RAM and a fully clean SSD. Ah, that's always good. I used to have a gaming laptop. Well, it was more just a laptop, really, but... Unfortunately, I was like, yeah, we gotta upgrade at some point. I think it was when I was playing a multiplayer game with a couple of friends, and it got to a point where my laptop was burning my fingers because of how hot it was getting, and it needed an external fan to try and keep it cool. And I was like, at that point, I was like, I really have to just get a desktop. But I do understand that some people have to have a laptop. They can't really have the space or afford a full, like, PC setup. Totally understandable. But you got any plans with what games you might play on that laptop? Let's get this potato salad. Oh, that's really shifty. Oh boy. Please don't fall off. Hurry, hurry, hurry. I know that was something that a lot of people were worried about in terms of, what sandwich? This is just a bug-type sandwich. I'm pretty sure a lot of our folk who have been around here, definitely have seen this sandwich a lot of times. Where'd you get the sword? Oh, it's, you can buy different picks for your sandwich. I think they sell them at just the sandwich shops. I think the 2 new ones was like a Pikachu and Eevee one, and a Magmortar one. Yeah. The big sandwich. Oh, you should have seen the bacon sandwich you made earlier for the, what was it, for the ice types? No, not for ice types, rock types. That sandwich was massive. Going to college in January. Use my laptop for gaming and personal business. Oh, gotcha. Good luck with college. I've definitely exhausted all studying avenues. I've done enough studying to last for my lifetime. And the problem is, it's more like, it's just like, if I can't really do any more of those type of things, because I'm pretty sure that would just add to my increasing debt. Don't want to be doing that. But yeah, the picks, there's like a bunch of different picks. There's a sparkler, an umbrella, a sword, a heart, star. My personal favorites are the flower ones. I think the flower ones are quite cute. But to answer your question what games I'm playing with it, Marvel Rivals. I can imagine there's a certain somebody else who is playing that game by the name of Connor. I believe he's also addicted to it too. But yeah, I know some people have been considering getting new laptops, or computers more like it. Because with Monster Hunter Wilds coming out soon, I think they posted a couple of months ago the general, like, gigs and, like, all the RAM you'd need to run the game properly. And a lot of people saw that number and were like, well, looks at their old computer, it's time to upgrade. Difference between me and Connor is I have a life to live. Connor has the life to live too, but like, I guess he has more free time is more the thing. Because I know I've been seeing him pop into that game quite a bit. It just happens when you find a game you like, you're like, oh, what was that meme about Baldur's Gate 3 where someone's like, I really have to like take a break from Baldur's Gate, and they go outside and they go outside, walk over to their lawn and put their hand on the grass, and then the screen like pixelates back into like them putting their hand back on their mouse to play more Baldur's Gate 3. That's currently what I think Connor's probably living like. He does D&D and then he's like, alright, we're done with D&D. And he puts his hand on his... I'm about to take a break, puts his hand on like controller, and then it's like suddenly back into Marvel Rivals again. But he's played a bit of Minecraft too. That's something I haven't had much time to do. I played quite a bit of Cobblemon. I've been trying to clear out the map. And I've almost done, but I might have to ask Perry to add some more biomes when the new update comes in, because we are seriously missing a lot of biomes, and that just means we're just missing out on a lot of Pokemon. It was kind of crazy how little of like diversity we had of like some areas. Like I think in the previous map we had like no ice area or swamps, and now it's like the polar opposite where we have too much ice and like nothing else. I want to get the new white wood for my house. Oh, is there a new wood type? That's how behind I am with this. I have to leave. I am sorry. You're going live tomorrow. Sort of. So tomorrow we are going to be going over to the Alchemist's stream. I actually can give him a shout out because we'll be doing D&D over there. Let me shout out Crescent. There we go. We're doing D&D, which is part of a one-shot where a couple of our players are trying to rescue a couple of friends in the most chaotic way possible. But after that, on Monday, 9:30 AM Australian time, I should add, I will be playing Echoes of Wisdom for the final time, I think. I think we're pretty much at the point where we'll be done with that game. And then, once the game is done, I'll be taking a bit of a break. D&D, I hope for 2025 I can finally learn how to play, lol. The easiest way to learn how to play D&D is to play D&D. Like, heck, some of our players in D&D are very new to the game. I think Crescent has only just started getting into D&D. And I got into D&D, I think, I would say, when would I say? Like, maybe 2 years ago? I think I started hearing about D&D, and then I started getting, like, really into it with my uni friends, and now over with, Crescent and friends. Welcome back. Oh, wait. You said you were leaving, and then I explained all the stuff. Were you gone when I was explaining everything, Football? About, like, all... because I feel like I just explained stuff, and then you suddenly said, I am back. Football, you can't ask me a... you can't ask me a question and then walk away when I'm in the middle of answering the question. There's no point. Anyways, I'll quickly repeat what I said. I'm going to be streaming tomorrow over on... Not really streaming, I'll be just joining a stream of The Alchemist while I'm doing D&D. Monday Australian time, 9:30 AM, I will be doing Echoes of Wisdom. And then once that's done, I'll be taking a bit of a break from just streaming in general to update all my YouTube VODs and stuff like that. Get them all up to date. And then we'll be starting a bunch of brand new games. Shiny Hunting this is the last episode of Shiny Hunting. So if you probably want to see me do more Shiny Hunting, I'll be making a redeem where you can redeem for me to Shiny Hunt specific mons. And that's how I'll be doing Shiny Hunting from then on. Because yeah, this was part of a big, like, thing. told me to leave and then told me to join back in. I'm not sure who told you to leave, but like... But regardless, regardless of what you plan to do now, if you need to leave or not, or you're planning on staying, since I believe you are following, so you'll be able to get the alerts for when I will be streaming. But yeah, you just have to keep in mind that this is not my usual time I stream. This is usually the time when I finish streaming, around this time. It's just we started late today. Ah, because of dinner. No worries, no worries. But yeah, it's just because of the holiday period and I had to meet up with some family and friends. I started at a later time, and I'm finishing at a later time. But usually we start from 9:30 a.m. in the morning, so that some of the American people can stay for a bit longer, because, you know, time is wibbly wobbly. But yeah, I have to get all that stuff organized. I want to get a couple more redeems added. Probably for some games and some other things, challenges. I am going to make a pretty expensive redeem for a recruit them all for explorers. Since we did a recruit them all in Red Rescue Team. I don't plan to do a recruit them all unless it's redeemed. That would probably be the only reason. Because obviously I want to play through the other games. We still have to get through... We need to get through Gates to Infinity, Super, and maybe DX, I would say. And also, like, just in general, I want to play other games as well. I have a lot of games I want to play. But that's all a future me problem. The current future me has to get everything organized, and so it's all cleaned up and everything's tied off neatly. I gotta upload... I gotta publish all the Stardew Valley stuff. What I might do for Stardew Valley is I might publish it sooner, because that's all ready to go, I believe. So people have something to watch whilst I'm gone for a little while, getting everything else ready. Because Paper Mario, I need to just do a couple more vids, and that should be done. I haven't decided whether I probably will post the Animal Crossing stuff, even though it's like a smaller stream series. I might post it. But yeah. It depends, because the Animal Crossing streams are only like 2 to 3 hours compared to like the longer series. And it's not as serious of a stream. It's just oh, we're just playing it casually for the time being. I feel like I might get more into it a bit later on, because I've decided to download the other Animal Crossing game. What is it? The Happy Home Designer game? And a reason I did that was, one, because I've never played that game, and I can now. And it would add to the Animal Crossing experience a little bit. But I think another reason is that if you have saved data from Happy Home Designer, you actually get access to more furniture and stuff that doesn't exist in the base game. I think? Question mark? Plus, I think it'll be more interesting, because right now, my home interior design skills are really bad. So, just doing mini games of just doing interior designs might be interesting. We'll see. But things definitely have improved in my Animal Crossing game now that I have that secret room we got money for. Because I think the secret room was the last thing I upgraded. Like, I can't believe that's not in the base game. I'm pretty sure they added that in the Welcome Amiibo update. Just having the secret room and have so much storage. Cannot believe that wasn't in the base game. Well, I assume it wasn't in the base game. I can't remember if it was, but I'm pretty sure it wasn't. But getting that secret room actually helped unlock the better decorating tool that is based off the one, I think, in Happy Home Designer. So hopefully that's a lot more easier to decorate things once things get into place. Let's see. The Vivillon here is definitely making it hard. I feel like we haven't really found any of the shinies we've been actually hunting for. The two shinies, well, except for Sotodle, but Sotodle's in, like, the boosted chance, like that and the, what is it? The Carbink were boosted odds. The Growlithe was a random, but we didn't find Clorf, we didn't find Bergmite, and we haven't found Vivillon. It's a little bit worrying. We're gonna push through. I want to make sure we get this Vivillon no matter what. Because I think it would be a bit, like, cheap if I hunted for the Vivillon off stream. So I definitely want to go for it. Plus, it would probably be the last bug sandwich that we hunt for. Because I can easily get Joltik and Galvantula in older games. And it would be less eye straining trying to catch those Pokemon in the older games. Because Joltik in the older games is a big pixel. In this game, he's tiny pixel. And with no indicator for when a shiny pops up on, like, the map, it's definitely a lot harder. And that is definitely something I hope they bring back in ZA, is the shiny indicator. Would someone dare to catch all shiny Pokemon in the Pokedex? You say that as a joke, but that's what I'm currently doing. I mean, that's what my entire shiny dex has been about. I've only got another, what, how many left to go? Only 223 to go. Technically. Probably more. I'm sorry, what? Portal, have you not been around? Portal, that's what these 30 shiny sessions have been about. Take a look at that. Don't worry, the hyperlink is not malicious in any way, but it'll clear up things. No, I haven't been around much, yeah. Well, I have completed the entire home living dex with every single alternate forms. Just utterly stunned. Yeah. Because we have a series on the YouTube channel where I completed the home living dex, which was get every single form as the regular forms. And now I'm working on getting all the shinies at the moment. Probably after this video is done, I will release a video on the YouTube channel, which I will show off my shiny living dex. And how much is done and how much isn't. You just CC locked. I love how he's like, it's just from our perspective, it's just as funny because you were like, oh boy, I can't imagine someone would be so dumb to like hunt for every single shiny Pokemon in a shiny dex, and I'm just like, yeah man, that would be crazy. Who would do such a thing? It's not like we've been doing that for like a couple of years now. Because I think I sort of half started the shiny dex when I was like working on the home dex, I think. But I think a majority of my shiny hunting I've definitely done this year for the dex. But yeah, we only have like, probably I would say closer to 300 left to go, because that doesn't include gender differences and the unknown forms, because we need to get every single unknown. Which I'm not looking forward to. Honestly, with the unknown, I'm considering looking up that RNG manipulation version. Whilst RNG manip in Gen 4 isn't as easy as Gen 5's RNG, unknown is just not available in Gen 5. Yo, do you have shiny Embor? I think I have shiny Tepig, but I don't know if I have Embor. Yeah, I don't have Pignite or Embor. I only have one shiny Tepig. Well, I'm back. I'm back with completing Scarlet. Oh, like finishing the game? First I made a joke of imagine if there was a turn-based Sonic game and Crest just said nope there is and now there's. I feel like I'm out of the loop. Yeah. Just like in Sonic where there's loop-de-loops. Because isn't there like... What was that? It wasn't a great Sonic game, but there is definitely a turn-based Sonic game. But it happens. Sometimes if you haven't been following a streamer or anything like that, it just tends to happen. Like how... Yeah, Sonic Chronicles, that's the one. I couldn't remember what the name was, but I do remember it. I remember a lot of people saying it's bad. But I just remember vividly that there was a turn-based Sonic game, and I was like, oh, okay. It's back in the day where Sonic was a bit more experimental, I think. Because that was definitely a period where Sonic games were just like a lot of different genres and stuff like that. This is from the perspective of someone who's never played a Sonic game. So, don't take my word completely for it, but I just remember there was a period of time where Sonic games were just like trying out all sorts of things. But I feel like they're starting to get a lot better. This year for me was just funny card game when number go up Balatro. Yeah, I did see about that too. Balatro did win something in the Game Awards, I think, if I remember rightly. Kind of crazy for that guy. He just made a funny card game and now it's like it got up on the Game Awards. It has got to be a highlight of his life. I'm gonna sleep, bye. No worries, football. Have a good rest. Hope to see you soon. 3 wards to be exact, yeah. Because that's my knowledge of Balatro is literally a funny card game. I was like, wonder what's so big about it. There's gotta be more to it. No worries, no worries. Maybe people just like funny games. And plus, I guess it's unique in a way, right? That's probably a big reason why those type of games do well, is like, if it's something not any other game has done, you definitely don't have any competition. Yeah, I kept seeing like a lot of images about Balatro and people being like posting like images of stuff of it, and I'm just like, I have no idea what this is about. Maybe it's people's crippling addiction to card games. Maybe that's the truth of it all. Everybody likes shiny cardboard. You know what it really is? I don't play games you and Crest play. That's why I feel like I don't know stuff. Yeah, that does happen. I'm always open to explain things, so don't feel upset about it, because I know there was somebody a long time ago where they joined into my stream and they're like, I don't know anything about Pokemon. And I was like, yeah, I'm fine to explain that. If you want to hear me yap about something that I love, or may have a lot of obsession about, I'm totally down for that. As long as you're okay with being yapped at for 5 minutes about something. But yeah, that's kind of the benefit of streams, isn't it? Because there's a lot of games that Crest plays that I don't play, and there's probably a lot of games that I play that Crest doesn't play. Like, Crest is like, yeah, I've played Devil May Cry, and I'm like, I've never played Devil May Cry before. And then I'm like, oh, I've played Xenoblade, and she's like, I've never played Xenoblade before. It's just, that's how people's tastes work, honestly. I like to play a lot of Japanese RPGs. Like my JRPGs and my RPGs. Well, I feel like Crest probably... I guess Crest probably prefers maybe action games? I'm not entirely sure what... like, the best way to describe it. Because Crest has played a lot of, like, all sorts of things. Like, platformers to action to obviously RPGs as well, so... Sometimes it's hard to say what you like. Sometimes you just like a whole bunch of games that don't fit into, like, a sort of, like, a neat box of, genre. FPS is what I gush over, especially Doom, lol. Yeah, I definitely am not in that genre. My FPS game is really bad. I don't think I've really played through many... I don't even think I've played through, like, an FPS game in general. I think I played a little bit of Doom, and I like the remake version, and I kind of sucked at it completely. I've played Splatoon, but I think Splatoon's more of a third-person shooter, right? But the problem with the Splatoon is that if you fall behind, you seriously fall behind, so... Well, yeah, I don't really think I play any FPS games just in general. It's just not my cup of tea. Love FPS games, can't aim worth anything. Yeah, I had that problem too. I think with the Doom thing, I kept having this issue where I couldn't get, like, the... You know how there's those people who hit headshots and stuff like that, and I'm just like, ah, yes, the head, and I just spin a ring around the head. Yeah, Splatoon is third person. I don't think there's even any... Is there any part that could be considered first person? I think it's all third person. But yeah, the issue is just, like, because it's a multiplayer game, if you fall behind in the multiplayer, you just can't... You can't catch up with everyone else. I didn't play Splatoon, like, I think it was number 2. I didn't play Splatoon 2 for, like, a day or something like that, and then I was suddenly, like, 20 levels lower than, like, the group they kept putting me with, and I was just like, what? It's like, why is everyone suddenly so high leveled compared to me? And it's not fun when you gotta be constantly playing catch up. That's probably why I don't play a lot of MMOs and stuff like that, because either I'll get completely drawn into it, or, like, just can't keep up with it. Not the best at FPS, but I understand the movement of most of the games really well. Yeah, FPS is used not just for shooters as well. There's a couple of games that are... Like, there are some games that are FPS, but they use it for other things. A lot of, those click adventures games, FPS, I guess. Exploration games? Maybe? Question mark? The thing is that with FPS, is usually the person who you're playing is a silent protagonist. Or, like, you can't even see who that person is, so it's a little hard to relate at times. But there are some which are good. Obviously, Doom is a good one. Doom Guy is clearly his own character. Yeah, that's the one, Mirror's Edge. That's an FPS platformer, would be the best way to describe it. But I'm trying to think if there's any other... There's a couple of those games that exist out there. There's that one where you jump on trucks. I don't know what the name of that one is. That's another first-person parkouring. Cluster Truck. Yeah. Because isn't that... That game's like a partly good game and partly meme game, I think. Because I'm pretty sure there was, like, the devs of the game occasionally do watch people stream in that game, I remember back in the day. They would send messages to the players, or they would just completely mess up the players. And that sounds fun. Because those definitely sound like a bunch of devs that really care about their game. I know that game because the game gave me an ungodly amount of rage, I can imagine. It definitely is precision platforming, that game. And anything precision-based definitely would rage-induce you, for sure. Because it's implying you have to do something perfect multiple times. It's not just like, do something perfect once and you've got it sort of thing. It's like, you gotta do this a ton of times. Yeah, Cuphead. That's definitely precision platforming and shooter. God, the amount of people who've raged that game. But at the same time, whenever I think of Cuphead, I always remember that one game journalist who was trapped in the tutorial for like 15 minutes. Remember that? I think that should be used as a baseline thesis whenever anyone's like, should we believe in what game journalists say about games? And just literally slap the Cuphead tutorial video. I've seen 2 versions of that tutorial thing. The first version was, can a pigeon solve a problem before the game journalist can? And it was just like, they had a pigeon in a room, and the pigeon couldn't fly, really. I think it had its wings clipped. But they put a single, like, bread, or like a piece of food tied to a string, a bit too high for the pigeons to reach, and they put a single block near the food. And the pigeon eventually figured out that what it needed to do was push the block underneath where the string was, and then grab the food. The pigeon solved that problem faster than that game journalist could getting out of the tutorial room. And then they'll argue, oh, but that's a pigeon, and a pigeon was doing a different puzzle. That's not a good basis on how quickly someone can do the tutorial. And then they showed a video, I found a video where it showed the game journalist versus a 5-year-old getting through the tutorial. And the 5-year-old gets out of the tutorial faster than him. Sure, the kid has a bit of gaming experience, but that's still, pretty embarrassing. You were beaten by a literal child. And I don't know if it was an issue of, like, didn't read what you're supposed to do or just didn't understand what you're supposed to do for that journalist. Who knows? But I know there are definitely people out there who... the big reason they probably don't play RPGs or JRPGs is because they don't know how to read. They skip dialogue and then they're just like, oh, I don't know what I'm supposed to do. And you're like, boy, the game told you where you're supposed to go. You just chose not to listen. You want to know something about that journalist? The same guy couldn't do a simple jump in Doom Eternal. Yeah, like, that's what I'm wondering. At some point, you gotta just ask yourself, is he just taking the piss? Is he just doing this on purpose, or does he legitimate suck that bad? Because there was also that other guy the journalist who got trapped in Metroid Dread and couldn't get past the first room, and he was like, bad game. And you're like, bro. We really shouldn't be having these people mock games. Then again, I feel like journalism is just... I don't know. It feels... what's the best way to describe these type of things? It's like a cash grab, you know? That's probably the best way I can describe it, because I remember seeing a thing somebody was talking about. What was it? Oh, it was the Sonic movie. The one that recently came out. Sonic 3. Don't worry, no spoilers here. But, like, some journalist for a particular, like, I guess, company, we'll say, or, like, journal company, was like, ah, yes, the third movie was better than the first 2 movies. 6.5 out of 10. And everyone was like, excuse me? Because they looked at the previous ratings that they gave. They gave 7 for 1 and 2. And then they had the audacity to say, it's better than the first 2 movies. Gave it a 6. That doesn't make sense. If I remember, I think after the bad gameplay, the journalist didn't do Eternal. He either quit, left, or was fired. I can imagine, because Doom was very popular when it came back. So I think him messing up that badly probably would have just put such a bad rep. Like, the company probably... like, I honestly think it was probably for the better. You only respect journalists. I only respect journalists that have been a part of the field they're writing about. For example, if an ex-athlete writes about sport. Yeah, I think that's the same too. Like, I feel like the journalists who actually have played these genres of games should be the ones you should trust. Like, the problem is though, is that like people see game journalists or just journalism as like a quick cash grab, but nowadays it's so unmonitored nowadays, which is not great. Which is like with the combination of like of AI and just them writing absolute garbage, definitely hasn't helped. Because I think they just... What was that thing? I remember that article where somebody was mentioning how... somebody wrote an article about somebody getting a shiny shaman. And they wrote down that this person had been hunting for it for like 11 years or something like that. And the person who actually had the article written about them was like, no, I've only been... I first tried to hunt for it 11 years ago, and then I started hunting it again. You know, that sort of thing. These journalists think they can play the original... These journalists think they can play the original Mario Bros. They can review any game. No, you can't. This is implying that they can beat the original Mario Bros. That game's hard, isn't it? If you're not... Old games were on another level back in the day. This is the implication to... Yep. I'm gonna reset that because it slid off, unfortunately. This is the implication that, like, they could play the old games. Wait, what about the kid that beat Tetris? That's a crazy thing, though. Because the kid... Nobody thought you could beat Tetris, so... We can respect him, but I don't think he was doing it for the journalism part. Everybody knows Tetris. The fact that Tetris has so many iterations probably is like the thing. There was what was that thing? I'm trying to remember. Alright, I gotta focus on this sandwich. I messed up the previous one. But yeah, I feel like... Yeah, new reporter tried to downplay what the kid did. Yeah. Oh, okay, gotcha. Clearly someone who doesn't know what he's talking about, because Tetris is like one of those games that you can't beat. So for him to beat it is like wild. I feel like the people who need to, what we need to do for game journalists is we need like certain categories of journalism. You know what I mean? Oop, there's an event Pokemon. So, obviously there's like, you know, the casual players, but we need like other types of like voices in terms of those people who do the thing. I have one Ultra Ball. Go. So, I think what we should do is we should have, if a game needs to get reviewed, we should have one from a casual player, one from a professional player, like somebody who plays a lot of video games. We need one from a speedrunner. That's what we really need. Speedrunner will tell you how broken a game is. That's the true journalism there. Oh, stay on. Hold. Speedrunning journalists would be insane. Yeah, they'd be so dead inside. ZFG is one speedrun I've watched for so long. And my guy, he's like, yep. Cool. But I think that would be cool. Multiple POVs in journalism, I've said, I know. Goodness. The only journalist we can respect is like, what? Nux. Because I know Knuckles Sandwich did video game journalism. Or like he did like, not video game journalism, he did reviews, I think. Hey, AJ, got the Gyarados. But yeah, Portal, you need to have an account for the community game thing. Just do Pokestart and you'll get a starter, and then you can start catching Mons when they randomly appear on my stream. But yeah, I think a speedrunning journalist would be so good. Because I feel like some people don't give credit to speedrunners. Because speedrunners, if you want to find if your game is broken, give it to a speedrunner. They'll let you know if it's broken or not. Looks like Portal is starting with Trico. I probably could Wonder Trade a Pokemon away. I have to get into the habit of that because I've got a couple of duplicates in the community game thing. But yeah, if you, the fact speedrunners keep finding things like they might not touch a game for ages and they're just like, I found this random glitch and it just breaks things wide open. Like, they're clearly the best people you want to talk to if you want to find out about your game. And honestly, it's like a craft of its own. Because I know for some games, people are like, yeah, I like speedrunning this game. Like, for example, like the original Red and Blue for Pokemon gets speedrun quite a bit. Crystal, I think, is another big one that gets speedrun a bit. But I know, for example, like, a lot of people have given up on speedrunning Pokemon Scarlet and Violet. I don't know exactly the reason. It's probably just... I think a lot of newer games is, like, a big reason people might, like, not speedrun them as much is due to cutscenes. Scarlet and Violet is definitely riddled with a lot of cutscenes. And you can't even skip most of them. That's the weird thing. They have an option where it says, like, skip cutscenes. And they don't skip cutscenes, like, that much. It's only, like, the major cutscenes that they might skip. And there's only, like, a handful of major cutscenes, which I found odd. Because I was like, there's a couple of cutscenes where I'm thinking, they could have easily skipped this, sort of thing. Love how speedrunners bring new life to old games. Oh, yeah. I'm always it's like randomizers. Randomizers and speedruns are kind of those things that bring new life. Like, I do want to, next year, I don't know when, I'm going to do another Zelda randomizer, but I'm thinking of doing a Majora's Mask and Ocarina of Time combined randomizer, because I've never tried it. And I think it'd be fun. Play 2 games at once. And it's been a while since I've done a randomizer. I've been watching people do randomizers. I want to play a randomizer. But I was, and not just like speedrunning. Sometimes it's just like coming up with weird like things to add to their list. Yesterday I literally watched this video that was bizarre. Because it was a low transform percent in Twilight Princess. So the idea is you have to finish Twilight Princess while transforming the least amount of times from Wolf-Link to Link and back, essentially. And there was a lot of glitches, a lot of things. Take a guess of how many transforms they managed to get in total. So a transform counts as talking to Midna and being like, I want to transform into wolf, or I want to transform back to human. That's considered a transform. I believe that also, I don't know if it counts. I think it also, they counted like, actually, what's the word? They also counted if you are forced to transform as well. We'll see a couple of numbers real quick, and I'll let you know which one was the closest. Alrighty? And the winner out of these 4 answers of 24, 15, 20, and 2 is Cryo. Cryo got the closest. Connor actually got the closest of their old run. The old version was 16 transforms. The current one is 4. I can see the past. Numbers, Mason, what do they mean? But yeah, it's kind of crazy. And the funny thing is that a good portion of the glitches are just because of like, I think the run is like 64 hours long. And before you say, what the heck, why is it so long? It's because there's a glitch that is so stupid in Twilight Princess that I couldn't believe it was a glitch. I never understood why. I remember seeing posts about people talking about staring at rupees. Didn't realize what the reason for that was. After I watched that low transform run, I finally understood. Because apparently, as you, if you're holding a blue rupee, or just a rupee where Link does the animation where he's holding the rupee, there's an animation where he sort of just, you know, bobs slightly back and up and down, just very, very slowly. You know, just typical idle animation. Apparently Nintendo made an oopsies and didn't complete the cycle properly. So the idea is that Link is supposed to, like, idle in place, but for some reason when he's holding a rupee, he's actually slowly moving backwards. Not a loud car outside. But he's like moving backwards very slowly. So parts of the speedrun involve them just holding a blue rupee and standing near a door and just slowly inching backwards. And because during that cutscene you don't have any collision on like walls and stuff, so basically they just spend like 6 hours staring at a rupee until Link slowly inches back into a wall and then just clip through the wall. The rupee shuffle hack, yeah, pretty much. And I was just like, how on earth did anyone find out this? Like, how do you find out that Link is slowly moving backwards, like, at a snail's pace? And that you can exploit that in some way? Like, that is wild. But it was definitely an entertaining run to watch. Like, just somebody, obviously, I didn't watch the whole thing because it's 64 hours. But I watched, like, somebody cover their video and, like, explain all the glitches and all the things they did. And that run is, like, wild. The Ruby Moonwalk. Yeah. It was a rupee. Two different things. Rubies are those things that are in that in the CDI Zelda games that we don't talk about. But yeah, it's like a back shuffle essentially. But I think they basically play the story sort of backwards in a way. Like they don't rescue the kid from like the cage that you're supposed to rescue in the tutorials section of the game. They don't rescue him until like 36 hours later. Man is trapped in that cage. What are you talking about? Nothing. Yeah, they don't exist. There's no CDI Zelda game in Ba Sing Se. But yeah, it's rupees. But like, still, can't believe they found something like that. But speedrunners always come up with some weird things. One of the things that I cannot believe they figured out was like, what was it? It was some, I'm trying to remember what it was. There's a couple of glitches where I'm just like, you often see them talking about, we use this exploit or this glitch to get past this thing, and you're just like, how did they figure this out? Like, heck, some, like, glitches they only find out, like, what? Only, like, years and years later that they finally figure something out. I was actually watching a documentary sort of thing about, what was it? DK64, and them going over, like, how it came to be. And just watching the fact, like, back in the day when they did speedruns, they had to submit them video by video. Like, they didn't have a way to stream it or, like, to just have a whole, like, complete video of, like, their speedruns. They had to submit it, like, part by part. And I'm just like, dang. Back in the old days. Nowadays, you obviously can just, obviously record in one full sitting because computers are, like, powerful enough to handle that. But there was something really interesting about that speedrun thing of just like, one guy, I think there was some guy who was like, yeah, this is the way to do something, and then another person just casually figured out this other strat, and they're like, well, it's only theoretical. There's no point. There's no way someone could pull that off. And I think one of the saddest part about that documentary was some guy was like holding the record for a little while, and he's like, you know what? I'm ready to finally beat my record. And like, all of a sudden, some guy just comes out of the woodworks and just beats his record by a full 5 minutes. And when that other person saw that, he was just like, never mind. I clearly am completely outmatched in this situation. And he just never touched that speedrun again. And I was just like, dang. Man was like completely beaten into submission. Didn't even have a chance. I'm trying to remember the... yeah, it is rough. There was another thing I'm trying... oh, it was it was the Super Mario Bros. Thing. There's two different things. One, I remember a guy cheated on a speedrun for the original Super Mario Brothers. I think he was like eating a pizza while he was speedrunning, and you're just like, okay. That seems like super unlikely, but the other one was like they did a TAS, I think, of Super Mario Bros. And they're like, here's a TAS version of like a speedrun. This is like the best you can possibly do. Ah, I could evolve on Ursaluna if I had one in this game. It's full moon. And they estimated what the human time could possibly be. Like, they're like, yeah, if a human played super perfectly, this is where they'd get. And then some guy comes out of nowhere and he beats the human record that they predicted could be the best human play. And a lot of people were like, yeah, that's never going to happen again with how perfectly he played. He played better than the estimated average. And that is wild to think that they literally had a computer do the run, and they're like, yeah, the computer can do this, and humans will probably only be able to do this. And then he just casually just beats it against all odds. Ah, speedrunning is so fun. Reminds me, did you hear good old Billy Mitchell's getting sued again? The legendary cheater Billy Mitchell. My goodness, that guy is just non-stop. Just can't get himself out of the limelight for the wrong reasons. Like, at this point, it's like, I guess, another day ending with Y, where Billy Mitchell's getting sued. Who? He was I believe he supposedly held the world record for, I think it was the original Donkey Kong? It was like one of the arcade games. And I think recently, yeah, it was believed that they did some, like, investigation on it, and it was implied that he was cheating. So I believe he lost that world title. But it was like several years after the fact. But now he's like constantly trying to claim he's right and then sue and stuff, and whoops, there goes Connor. I'm back. Made a bowl of popcorn. Ooh, nice. What are we talking about? We're talking about speedrunning and cheaters. He cheated on 5 different games. Oh, so he's a massive cheater. We're talking about Billy Mitchell, because he's getting sued again or something like that. And I assume Connor was about to mention something about that, but I think Connor wrote in all caps and died. Stream Elements came and took out his kneecaps. Rest in peace, Connor. Well, then again, Connor gets timed out constantly in Crescent's chat. I think he's used to getting timed out. He'll be back soon. It's only a 30-second timeout. But, I didn't know he cheated in multiple games. I knew he cheated in one game. Yeah, the caps be locking. And I know, like, I kept seeing it pop up every once in a while that he was back in the news about cheating. Yeah, the Donkey Kong cheater, the one who's willing to sue anyone. Yeah, apparently he's, yeah, getting sued again or suing again. You know, What's new? Surely he's run out of money at this point. I've never sued anyone, but I feel like that costs a lot of money. Just doing anything legal. Yeah, I got Knees of Steel at this point. The two he holds on for dear life is the Donkey Kong and Pac-Man one. Ah, okay, so there's a couple of ones that he has been caught cheating and he's like, yeah, I cheated in them. But like, I definitely did the other two. Which is kind of dumb, because if you've cheated in like a couple of games, like what's not to stop you from like cheating in all the games? Let's be real. Also, this is very dry, this sandwich. 2 sandwiches in a row. And I think I'm coming up to the point where we've only got an hour left of stream. So I think we're just going to be hunting for Vivillon for the rest of the stream. We also did that one drag racing game I've been forgetting. But yeah. There's where there's speedrun, there's always cheaters. There's a guy who like does a pretty good job of like exposing cheaters. Because I don't know if he is a speedrunner himself or like he's just does the art of investigating speedrunning. Like, and verifying those type of things. But yeah, there's a channel, what's his name? Carl Joust or something like that? I think I started like taking a look at his stuff after he did one on Monster Hunter World, where this chick cheated on fighting Alatreon blindfolded, I believe it was. So I guess for those who haven't played Monster Hunter World, basically Alatreon is like a black dragon, aka one of the most dangerous dragons of the series. And the fight in World is exceptionally hard. Yeah, Carl Jobst. Yeah, I think that might be it. But yeah, basically she was doing the fight blindfolded. And people, obviously, the first time she did it, they were like, okay, but your blindfold is super thin. There is, you know, no way you are not cheating, sort of thing. And I think she was like, well, let me do it again with a better blindfold. And she did it again with a better blindfold. And then people were like, I feel like she's cheating still, but we can't figure it out. And they kept looking at it and they kept trying to figure out, they're like, clearly something's off. Like, she's clearly showing signs that she can sort of like see, but the blindfold is pretty like substantial. And then after, like, I think a couple of investigations, they figured out what it was of how she was cheating. Because she's playing the PC version of World, she actually has 3 monitors. Everybody was under the assumption she only had 2 monitors, but the truth was she had 3 monitors, and she had her stream or had the gameplay opened up on another monitor. So she was using the blindfold in a way so she could see the 3rd monitor. Oh, it was like she covered the monitors with paper. That's what it was. There's another level of like that it was, you know, covered. But yeah, she had a 3rd monitor that was off screen. But yeah, don't know if this is a hot take, but if you're speedrunning a game, setting a world record legitimate, that's fine. But not world record or speedrunning and just playing with a cheat code and stuff, that's fine. Yeah, I think it's like, I would say, when it comes to mods and cheat codes and stuff like that, I would say the best way to describe it is like, the only time I would say, you know, you can use a cheat code, I think it'd be only when you're not playing with multiplayer. Like, if you want to use cheat codes while you're by yourself with nobody else, I think totally acceptable. You want to play mods where like your game like starts like causing everything to speed up and stuff, or adds creatures that shouldn't be there, I think that's totally fine. But if you're like playing a multiplayer game, I think that's when I draw the line of like no cheating whatsoever. Because if you cheat, you're clear, unless everybody is cheating, like if you all use the same mod, that would be the only time I would say, you know, that's fine. But like, if it's like you're the only one using the code in like a room of other people who are playing the game legitimately, that's where I draw the line. I'm like, no. And also, if you're doing speedrunning, you should be just doing it legitimately. There's no point in cheating. Like, because like, what do you gain from it? Sure, you get the title of world record, but like, there's a lot of people who scrutinize and like examine these like things. Like, there's been huge history things of people's world records getting snatched from them because they were found to be cheating. And all you get is, like, you'll never be able to really speedrun ever again because people now don't trust you. And I think, with the Monster Hunter one, I think that girl was only just one of the few people who've cheated in Monster Hunter. Apparently, a lot of people use, they use mods to make the monsters do certain attack patterns so that they can, you know, they can get the best results with Monster Hunter on the PC only. I think that was the reason that they banned PC Monster Hunter from the world record pool, because too many people were using those type of cheats. So they're like, you have to play on the console hardware. My favorite ones are the people cheat. The blindfolds Mario 64, yeah. Using mods in general for speedrunning, just about it, even if it replaces a texture, yeah. Because it basically, if you use a mod whilst you're speedrunning, it makes the implication of, like, you're using one mod. What's not stopping you from using multiple mods? Custom games with friends with cheats, best game for life. Yeah. I think that's definitely when you can do it. Like, for example, like me, with Stardew Valley. I clearly have mods. I had mods during my run of the Perfection route. A lot of them were quality of life mods, but there were some mods that, like, made the game a little bit easier. Not too easy, but, like, just a little bit easier for me. Like the no loss of hearts. That was probably one that I would say actually affected the gameplay. I'm not speedrunning the game, though. But I'm just doing it as a casual playthrough and I'm doing it single player. That's when I'm like, okay, I think that's okay. Even if it slightly alters the gameplay, I'm totally fine with that. And, yeah. Changing textures on certain things is nice. But I feel like there's so many people who try blindfold runs and they're just like, I did it, and you're like, no. Would there be speedruns for mods to make the game harder? So yes and no. There's a lot of, Oh, you know what? I think the answer is yes, actually. There's, Kaizo Mario. A lot of people, they've seen people speedrun that at Awesome Games Done Quick. Where it's literally a harder version, like an absurd hard version of, like, a Mario game. And that's people speedrun that game. I don't know if it's on the board, like if you go to speedrun.com if it's there, but I've seen people speedrun like those type of games, or I Want to Be the Guy or something like that. That's another really hard game that gets speedrun. My personal favorite was a guy doing that run, and he was like, every time I die, the people on the couch have to donate a certain amount of money, and each person who was donating money was doing it at bigger increments, and one of his mates was like donating like $10 per death. And right near the end of the game, when he was like finally finished, he just purposely walked into a spike 6 times so that his mate had to pay like more money. Hey, a shiny! It's not the one we want, but it's a shiny. Can't say it's a male Combi though. It's clearly female. Let's see what we got here. The game that can only get better with mods is Lethal Company because every mod is goofy and fun. You say that, but there are some mods that make that game a lot harder as well. Shiny nonetheless, yep. We're still going to be hunted for the butterfly though. But I'm happy that we found something. But yeah, what was it? I think they made mods for Among Us as well. That also added like some interesting things, and then the funny thing was I think they had mods for that game, and then eventually the actual creators added those as like things into the game. You don't have a mark because I saw that. Yep, another Vespiquen. 64, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yep. I'm thinking I could do a speedrun of Classic Doom, but modify it to make it harder. Would it count? Well, I mean, You can speedrun anything. Whether or not you wanted to submit it, that would be a different thing. I think you couldn't submit it because it had mods, but if you want to speedrun a game with harder difficulty, there's totally nothing stopping you. Oh, I should probably save the game. Give me a sec. Heck, there are people who do, like, all sorts of silly things, like, for Ocarina of Time, there's a run that's called Low Percent, where the idea is that you have to finish the game with as little items as possible. So, there's a lot of things that people do to, like, spice up speedrunning. Oh, there was something else I vaguely remember. What was it? It was about a speedrun. I think it was like, because we were talking earlier about Cuphead. I remember there was a guy I saw who was who got a world record, and he was sick while he was doing the run, and you were just like, okay. The only speedrun I've ever done was a Shantae the Half Genie Hero, which I completed in 3.5 hours. Nice. Do you happen to know what the actual world record for that one is? Out of curiosity? Wee. But yeah, heck, I mean, sometimes you just need a speed run through a game just to get certain things too. Like, I think I sped run through certain games, like, just to get to the end, to get some of the mons. Completed Tron Evolution in like 4 hours. Maybe it was a speed run, but it was unintentional. Yeah, that's like one of the things is like, if you play an obscure game, you have a higher chance of technically getting a world record, no? Like, I think, what was it? At Awesome Games Done Quick, some guy played some game where he was like, his submission got denied multiple times until he finally got it because it was in the Bad Games Done Quick block. Where they're intentionally bad games, but when I remember when I first watched that thing, I was like, bro, I don't know how you could speedrun this. It's like, gives you motion sickness. My favorite thing was like somebody in the comment section being like telling the speedrunner he doesn't feel so good. Like, Mr. Stark, I don't feel so good. The record is 1 hour and 4 minutes. Ooh. Still pretty good. 3.5 compared to 1 hour. And plus, if you count that as a speed run of yourself, and you beat your personal time, sometimes that's more important than, like, getting the world record. A PB is better than a WB sometimes. A WR, I should say. Sure, it'd be nice, but, like, I think just getting a PV is always just as exciting. Like, oh, I did better than, like, everyone else. As a Garchomp. I don't even know if I got Pokeballs for that. Boop. Let's see. I do. Might as well throw one. Alright, besides Minecraft, is there a speedrun of a game that's under 1 minute? Minecraft also isn't under 1 minute. There's probably a game that's like very small amount. To get to the top 40, I'd need to shave off at least half an hour. Well, that's definitely a target, right? There's probably a game out there that's like not counted as a game that you could speedrun in, you know, less than a minute. It wouldn't be that fun because it's only a minute, but you know. Oh my goodness, I caught it! Holy heck, I only used the Pokeball. Let's go. Free Garchomp. But I know some people like to put timers on when they do randomizers as well. Even if it, like, the randomizer could take forever. I don't know if I don't know what game I would like to try and speedrun. I feel like... Quarter car jump? Yeah, you did. Because there are some games, like, I enjoy playing decently fast, but I don't think I've got speedrun potential. Like, I think we did... What, you know, Pokemon Mystery Dungeon, Red Rescue Team? We did that, like, rather fast, I have to say. I think we completed that game in under, like, 7 hours, like, the main story. I like to watch Zelda, Legend of Zelda randomizers. Where you're in luck, because eventually next year I will be doing a randomizer. I intend to do a randomizer where I combine Ocarina of Time and Majora's Mask together and do one big randomizer with the two worlds together. Because they added that at some point this year, I believe. And I'm really excited to give it a try. I've always done like one or the other. Like, those are the two games I randomize the most. Because they're easy to randomize, and it's just fun, I think. Alrighty. Time to make another sandwich. I think this is the last sandwich I'll be making for this stream. So hopefully we get Vivillon. Well, time to clear my schedule. Don't worry, you got plenty of time. I've got other games to play. Oh wait, do I have, like, the potato salad? I might not have the potato salad to make another sandwich. I have to quickly buy it. But I don't think I've randomized any of the other Zelda games. I think OOT and MM are just the easiest ones that I know to play, like, back to front. I've played the most. I've seen people, like, do a Twilight Princess randomizer, but as much as I like Twilight Princess, I don't think I'm, like, that knowledgeable on all the checks in Twilight Princess. But yeah. Let me... potato salad, did you hear? Nope, not this one. You gave me I gave you an idea. Oh? And what might this idea be? Oh, I don't need that much potato salad. I hope I have enough of all the other ingredients, but I guess we'll find out. Actually, while I'm here, let me just double check. Prosciutto. Might buy a couple more of that, because it's a main ingredient. Buy more of this. Classic Doom Monster Randomizer. Yeah, you could do that, actually. I know, I think they're starting to add OOT to have randomized monsters. They had them in MM randomizer, like just the base MM. I don't think the combined one has it, but MM does have a monster randomizer, and it's chaotic as hell. I think I did one of those MM randomizer. It is on my YouTube. I think the only ones I've actually uploaded to YouTube have been MM randomizers. Let me post that real quick. Gotta learn how to download a randomizer. Yeah, that's probably why I do have only OOT and MM, because those are the only randomizers. The only other game I've done a randomizer for, I think, is literally Explorers of Sky, and I did stream that years ago, and it was hard. We died 100 times in that game before we got to the end of the game. If I do it with Doom 2 Classic, it's gonna be insane. Yeah. Well, I guess you gotta start looking and see if you find anything interesting on that. But yeah, I remember specifically one of the randomizers we did in MM randomized Iron Knuckles into the pool at near the Woodfall Temple. And I was like, oh, maybe I can hookshot over there, or hit them with a hookshot to, like, make them move off the bridges. I didn't realize when you hookshot them, you actually can hookshot towards them. That was one of the scariest moments for, like, a good 10 seconds. as I literally pulled myself towards the giant death-wielding knight. But yeah, obviously enemy rando does cause issues because of, like, sometimes the game isn't prepared to have certain enemies in certain areas, and it can get very chaotic. Back in a few minutes, I'm gonna do some research, no worries. Don't take too long, because I think we're about to wrap up stream. This is the last sandwich, so hopefully we get the Vivillon. We really need it. Oh, I just realized if we find Vivillon, it can be number 169, which would be funny. So let's hopefully we find it. The 69th floor gave us Mew, will it give us Vivillon? Oops, no, don't make another sandwich. Right, here we go. Last sandwich of this year, I guess. I do hope we find it. I will obviously hunt for it off stream if I don't get it. But I want this to be the last mon. But then again, at the same time, I feel like, what if it's Combee? Like, last mon we ever catch on this stream is Combee. I'd be like half disappointed, half like, I knew it sort of thing. But yeah, I've been watching, on YouTube, Margin Phil do a lot of randomizers. He did some big Giga randomizer for, I think, Ocarina of Time and Majora's Mask, where he randomized every single item in the game. So I believe it was like all items in the 2 games, all fairies, all skull children. He randomized boss and NPC souls. So if their soul was like not collected by you, they just didn't appear in the locations. So, for example, if Adolwa's soul isn't collected, if you go to his boss room, it's just empty. That sort of thing. And that also included NPCs, so certain checks couldn't be done if he didn't have the soul of that. I believe he randomized it into every grass patch, every item, every freestanding rupee. He randomized the days, so, like, for Majora's Mask, so he only had day 1, and then the mood would crash unless he found night 1, night 2, night 3, and then day 2 and day 3. He randomized the C buttons, like for the Ocarina, so if he didn't have the buttons, he couldn't play certain songs on the Ocarina, which he also randomized into the pool. It was kind of wild to watch, like, bits and pieces of it. He apparently streamed it for several days because it was so big. I just recently watched a summarized version of it, and it lasted like 2 hours on the summarized version. And his editor got to point out that he missed one check for a piece of heart that because he wanted to 100% it, so he wanted to get every single item. And he couldn't find like a single piece of heart, and it turned out it was in this one area that he bypassed twice. And he was like, I'm sure I collected it, and then his chat sent him the clips of him not collecting it. And he was not happy about that. But don't worry, I won't be doing something that big. I think my brain would melt doing a rando that big. I know he's doing another challenge eventually where he's trying to do a no-hit rando, which I think is wild. Because he's done a no-hit run of Majora's Mask where he's like played through the entire game without taking a single hit. And he's currently doing a random version of it, so everything is randomized. And I believe he changes the seed every single time. He's, I think, at 100 attempts so far. He's still going, but I believe he's taken a break from it. I cannot imagine doing something like that. No hit is already hard enough on the base game. Oh, a shiny, and it's not Combee either. It's another green Hoppet. Yeah, you can go in the Dusk Ball. Number 169. Hoppet. This is full odds, by the way, just like the Growlithe. It is still a shiny, though, but we still need that Vivillon. No mark. Let's keep going. I should probably save since we caught it. Definitely was not what I was expecting. I was expecting Combee, honestly. I was ready for Combee. So, jump scared by green thing. Hurts my head with the resetting. Yeah. I remember somebody doing a no-hit run in Pokemon. I think it was like Platinum or Diamond and Pearl. One of those games. He did a no-hit run, and I cannot believe he did something like that. It looked painful to do. I think he made the was it the Rando? Not the Rando, just like, I think, it wasn't? I don't know. I think I managed to catch him in one of his failed attempts. I literally, unfortunately, watched him get hit. He was fighting Georg and he overcorrected himself and Georg attacked him. And I think he made it that if you take one hit in the randomizer, you just die instantly, and when you die, you just get Moon Crash. But yeah. I think I only just beat OOT this year or last year. Oh, congrats! I can understand that MM might be a bit more difficult due to the resetting, but I think with the smaller area, it definitely helps. But Majora's Mask has always been my favorite Zelda game. Even if like there's been like ones that people would say are objectively better, or like, I've always loved Majora's Mask's like story and stuff, just the implications of it all, and I also just love the whole backstory of how it got created. How they were like, we need a Zelda game, and they're like, okay, and they're like, you got to make it in under a year, and they were like, are you kidding me? And they did it. They made a game in under a year. And I know they borrowed a lot of assets, but like, that didn't matter, did it? People love Majora's Mask, even with all the borrowed assets. Got the game back and finally got past the water temple. Ah, yes, the infamous water temple. I know a lot of people don't like the water temple in Great Bay Temple is the water dungeon for MM. I know my sister despised it. But the funny thing is that she made me play the dungeon so many times that I basically have that thing memorized. I'm an OOT enjoyer. There's nothing wrong with that. OOT is a good game too. I think the only thing I don't like about both the games is stealth sections, but like, that's why I play randomizers. Skip the stealth section altogether. But yeah, OOT was definitely a huge game back in the day. It was the very first game I ever functionally understood, because I was 6 years old. I was getting into preschool when my dad started playing OOT. And I remember very fondly watching him play it and then eventually playing it myself. I couldn't beat the Deku Tree to save my life back when I was a kid. Nowadays I can do the randomizer and finish a lot of the temples pretty easily. But I definitely know that my preschool teachers were very confused whenever I brought stuff up about OOT. I do also remember freaking out about MM back in the day. Oh, you got it to work? Seeing that you are back, Portal. You just missed a shiny, by the ways. You got a randomizer classic Doom too. Nice. I guess that's something you'll get to check out at some point. But yeah, we caught a shiny Hoppet whilst you were gone, I believe. Oh, there you go. Well, I hope you do have fun with that when you get your when you have some time to play the randomizer. I think that's why I like randomizers, is because it gives a fresh new spin on a game that you've played like multiple times. Because obviously you don't know exactly what you're going to get. But yeah, I definitely... All this talk of the MM Rando and OOT Rando are going to get back into it for sure. I'll have to double check that I actually... No, I actually have to remake the screen for it, I realize, because I don't have it anymore. I think if I get a Cyber Demon right in the... off the bat in the first level, it can happen, dude. You just gotta skill issues that away. Or you can just avoid it. I don't think you have to fight all the enemies. You can just run. That's a future problem. Because I assume you just randomize enemies, and I don't know if you randomize items. Because that would be make it even more chaotic if you can randomize items and weapons. Then you'd have to work with whatever you have on hand. My luck, I'm gonna get like 12 Archvilla files in one level. Well, that's the fun about randomizers. Sometimes you get lucky, sometimes you don't. Like I know for a fact one of the things I tend to get a lot in randomizers in MM. For some reason, I always get BMOS in the grottos in MM, which sucks because they can just one-shot you when you're at little health. Alright, isn't the new Doom coming out? Yeah, this coming year, the new Doom game's coming out. There's a lot of big games coming out next year. I think somebody put a post where they was talking about a bunch of different games that are all coming out next year. There's a hefty roster. I think Wilds is currently the only big game that I think of at the moment that's been announced for next year that I'm like, oh, I'm excited for that. Oh, I'm excited for Off, I guess. I do want to get Off. It's coming to the Switch, I think. I think it might be coming to PC, but it's definitely coming to Switch, and I am definitely going to get it because that game holds such a special place in my heart. I've never played it, but it definitely does. And the fact that it's getting like a actual proper release, because I believe the guy, when he made it, it was just like, here it is, and it just sort of fell into obscurity, and it has like a small fan base. I don't think he's actually like properly announced it as a game. Like I think it didn't even have a English translation. Somebody fan translated it, and that's how I guess the English people found out about it. But now it's going to get a proper translation in English. Mod has a monster from Doom 64. Nice. I think we do have... I believe I do have Doom 64 somewhere. I vaguely remember it being a game that we have. I think it would belong to Dad. I think he might have Doom, but I know he has Quake. A lot of games we have on our N64. I'm a Doom nerd. Nice. There's nothing wrong with that. Doom's a big series. My dad used to play it all the time. You've played the 2 remakes. I'm wondering if he will get the next game in the series. I think he thought it was pretty... I think he mentioned about... What was it? One of the guns? New guns in the new game, where it's like... You just put demon skulls in it, it turns into a frag gun. That's pretty funny. There's something about Doom being so serious and unserious at the same time. Like, demons have invaded the world. This guy is clearly killing demons to get for his pet rabbit. Like, it's so unserious and serious at the same time. And it evolved so much. Yeah, it's got a much more serious storyline now. Back in the day, games were like, you know, no balls wrong, the items, weapons, health are all randomized. Well, yep, full rando. Have fun. Because, yeah, like, now it's like, they need Doomguy to help save the world and stuff, and Doomguy's like, I have no idea who you people are. I think that's, like, one of the funnier things. It's just, like, how everybody's just so freaked out by Doomguy. He's just a guy. And then they were like, no, he's not actually just a guy. They got alien tech. Though I think they hinted towards that sort of stuff, like, in the first game, where there was some weird demonic-related stuff, and you're like, this is an interesting plot point. Whoop, dodge the bees. Might do a quick picnic reset here. Oof. My eyes are hurting a little bit from staring at the screen a bit too much, but gotta keep going. Pokemon randos are another one I realize that I do a lot of. I realize I glossed over, like, just the fact that I've randomized a lot of Pokemon games, not just, like, the Mystery Dungeon games. And randomized Pokemon is definitely fun. I think we did a run of Omega Ruby, of a run, and we ended up with, like, what did we get? A Primordial Sea Manaphy or something like that? And it ended up being, like, the man that went throughout the entire game. That was fun. But I guess we'll be doing a mono grass run at some point. BDSP rando would be cool. I think there's one. I believe there's a mod that's been made, not just for randomizing, but just like an actual just overhaul mod. I think BDSP is, a lot of people have been modding that game due to the fact that it's made in Unity. So it's really easy to mod. Because I know there's somebody who made, like, what's it called? Is it Iridescent Platinum or something like that? Or Sparkling Platinum? I can't remember what the names was, but, like, they made a hard mode version of that, and they added, like, a bunch of other Pokemon and better animations and stuff. But yeah, just rando in any games are pretty cool. Now, I probably won't be doing any Pokemon randos anytime soon, because we are going to be doing our, next year we are going to be doing our mono grass run in Omega Ruby. Though I have to, like, decide, because I can technically trade a Lotad over to, my other game. Because Lotad is not available in Omega Ruby, but it's, like, one of the only ways I would have the ability to surf and use Waterfall. But then again, I can just use a HM slave. I think Surf early game would probably, will need, like, to get a Zigzagoon. But yeah. I haven't decided whether I'm going to trade or not. Because I think it would make it a bit more difficult if I didn't trade over and just, like, used exactly what I have. I say get the Lotad. That's probably what I would say, is just, like, whether I should do, like, a... What do people think? Like, would it be cheating to send a Lotad egg over to the game? Just hatch a Lotad? Or like, should I just not take a Lotad and just use HM Slaves? Because Lotad is a grass type, technically. It's just because the game that was chosen is Omega Ruby, I believe. I just can't get Lotad. Then again, I wouldn't want to pick up C Dot either. C Dot kind of sucks. C Dot is probably gonna get like skipped hard. I will catch one as a just in case, but yeah, C Dot sucks bad. Like, we can get so many better options. But at least with the Mega Ruby, there's a good chunk of grass types in that game. Unlike Diamond and Pearl, where the grass types are really limited. But yeah, I probably might do a poll on the Discord and see what people think, if whether or not we should take the Lotad. But that mono grass run is going to be a little whiles off, I think. I don't know exactly when I'm going to do that, because like I said, there's a lot of games. I chose Ruby because Team Magma, I forgot it was C Dot, not Lotad. Right. And well, I think I do have Alpha Sapphire as well. So if you want to be just like do that, but like, yeah, the issue is obviously Team Magma, so if you think it will be harder for me to fight against Team Magma with a grass team than it is against Team Aqua, which understandably it would be. But yeah, I think that's the only grass type that gets switched is literally C-Dot and Lotad. All the other grass types should be available for me to grab. And there's quite a lot of grass types, so I'm not going to be like stretched for combinations and stuff like that. There are a couple that I won't be able to get until late game. And there's a good chance that I'll probably like gen in some of the Evo items just because some of them will probably be too tedious to get. But we'll see. Because there's a decent amount of stone evolutions. Like, you need water yeah, there's Lileep. Oh, I guess, can Lileep learn Surf? Actually, how much time do I have left? 9 minutes. Let's focus on that. I'm not gonna look up Lileep, but obviously we do get Lileep, which I don't mind, because I do like Lileep. But Lileep is not water type, it's rock. It's a rock grass type. I don't think it can learn Surf. But I don't know. Technically, there's Virizion. Virizion would be technically one, wouldn't it? Ah, speaking of a grass type, there's a Shiinotic. Do I have any Pokeballs left? We'll find out. Surfing Pikachu. Surfing Pikachu isn't in the game, but cosplay Pikachu is, but there's no grass type cosplay Pikachu. That I don't think so. It's like fighting, ice, fairy, psychic, and I'm missing one, aren't I? No. Fighting, psychic, beauty is ice, yeah. Fairy is cute. What is cool? I don't remember. I'm having a blank on one of the cosplay Pikachus, I'm pretty sure. I just don't remember. But yeah, I don't think there's a grass type Pikachu. But yeah, there's a lot of stone evolutions that are grass types. There's Oddish, which can either become Vileplume or Blossom. And there's Roselia, which can become Roserade. There's Seedot, which can become Shiftry with a Leaf Stone. And then there's also Lotad with a Water Stone. Like, there's a lot of stone evolutions that I would need to get. That would be like my biggest concern. Hey, you got the Shiinotic, nice. Remember, the Pokeball things is just a percentage. I believe it's like 30%. on the community games. You can check the app on my About page. Which I have to update that page. I think I'm gonna update it during my break. Because I gotta add all the other redeems and stuff like that too. I'm like super focusing now because we've only got 5 minutes left. And yeah, I'm gonna have to close the stream very soon. I wish I could stay an hour longer, but I can't. So I've got to go to a dinner. This is the absolute latest I could probably play. So, like, the downside is, like, we don't get a Vivillon. The upside is we end on 69, which is funny. Upside, if we do find the Vivillon, we find it, and also we go up to 170, which is a bit of an even number. So, there's not really a losing situation here, at the very least. So, regardless, I think we did a good job today. Sure, we didn't get all the Pokemon that we wanted. We got some interesting ones. But, I mean, I can't really complain just overall. 169 Pokemon altogether of shinies. Finding a male Combee? Maybe. But at this point, I mean, would I be really upset about the shiny male Combee? I think because this is like the last Vivillon hunt, I'm not as upset. It'd be like, you know, it's tradition that we found so many shiny male Combees. But, it's definitely been a journey, I have to say. It's weird. This is like the last episode of this series. Regardless of whether we find the Pokemon or not. Obviously, I will continue hunting it, because I want the Vivillon. So, but just the idea that this is, like, the final episode still is, like, kind of crazy to me. We've been given the warning that I have to get done soon. So I unfortunately will have to wrap up almost as soon as the sandwich runs out. But yeah, playing through these 3 games has been kind of crazy. I am very happy that we managed to get the Dynamax Lunala. Considering that that was one of the longest hunts I've done in a little while. And also just like, even though a lot of these have been repeats, we have forgotten a few repeats, we've definitely found a lot of new Pokemon, and the fact that our our shiny dex has, like, jumped quite a bit, is still really good. I mean, I did catch a lot of Combees. They're all in that little thing. You actually get to see it when I make that other video. When I show off my shiny living dex, I'll show you the little thing about all the Combees that we've been catching. And I think some of you guys might like it. But yeah, it'll be nice to take a little bit of a break from shiny hunting in Violet. I've been doing it sort of like every second or so week. And I do want to try hunt in other games as well. And try other methods. Nothing wrong with Violet's hunting thing. Like, clearly Violet and Scarlet have a really good hunting method available to us. But yeah, I'd love to try and hunt in some of the older games or just use other methods. And it has been fun having you guys join me whilst I'm shiny hunting. Because we've had some really wild encounters during our shiny hunting month. Like that one sandwich that was like the poison sandwich that lasted like, got 5 Pokemon in one sandwich. I think that was our best record. To running into like all sorts of really rare encounters. It's definitely been fun. But I guess I can't get too sappy. We have one more stream before the end of the year. Which is Echoes of Wisdom on Monday. That's when we can get sappy. We can say that would be the end of 2024 as a whole. Then we'll be on to 2025. I'm hoping there'll be some things that are different. Some things that are a little bit more updated. But I'm hoping we still have a really good year next year with streaming. I'm not sure where things will take me. Whether, like, I have to change schedules or not, since we have to do that this particular, like, last part of the year. But we'll see. I guess I will have, like, a blue sky available, so I guess people will be... I'll hope to be able to keep people more up to date, as well as, like, more into the Discord as well. Closer to being 20, nice. And then there's me, about to hit the big 3-0. Yeah, looks like the sandwich is up, so I guess we'll have to call it there. So there we go. This is the final roster of the mons we got. 169 total. Got the shiny Rayquaza. Got the shiny Satitan. Full odds random shiny Growlithe. Carabink. Random Vespiquen. And finally, Green Hoppet. But yeah, I have to head on off. Thank you all so much for sticking around for all these shiny hunting months, and I will get these all uploaded onto the YouTube channel when I get, like, probably during my break when I have to upload everything. And I guess at some point we'll be doing some shiny hunting every so often. I will be doing the Masuda Hunter method hunt, but I'll probably do a poll before we find out the results of when we're going to do that. But for now, I guess I will see you tomorrow, where I will be over on Crescent's channel, and then on Monday we'll be doing the last episode of Echoes of Wisdom. So, until next time everybody, take care. Well, that wasn't the shiny I was hoping for, but it is a shiny. Another shiny Hoppet. So, this recording is definitely after the stream. I decided that what I was going to do was do 2 sandwiches that would equal about an hour's worth of, like, footage. And whatever shinies I caught within this hour, I'll add it to the counter. So, alrighty. Another shiny Hoppet. Not sure why I keep getting shiny Hoppets, but I guess I do. Right, back to the hunt. Oh, I probably should check its, Nope. Alright. Now back to the hunt. Ah, 3 minutes left on the clock. We would have gotten it at the end of the first sandwich. I was thinking I was almost ready to go on to the second sandwich, but nope, we got it. It just keeps flying away. There we go. I guess I can count it. Technically, it is the 171. Alrighty. Let's catch this guy. The last Vivillon. I know it's a bit off stream, but I think it still counts. I did end stream an hour early, so technically I have one whole sandwich remaining, but I'll leave it here. Vivillon was the only thing I wanted to catch off stream. I'll probably put it in a quick ball just like before. I probably should have thrown the quick ball straight away, but I'm so used to like doing the usual. Alright. Spore. I am glad that I managed to get it, because it's a little late today at the moment. So I was able to get this done just after I came back, pretty much. There we go. Whew, I am glad. We got it. I did split the footage though, so that's the downside, but I'll probably grab the 2 clips and put them in the Discord, and then later on in the video for the YouTube VOD. There we go, the final Vivillon has been acquired. Oh, I'm so excited to see when I put them all into Pokemon Home how they're going to look all in a row. I think there is one gap, but it's because I accidentally counted the event Pokeball Vivillon, which doesn't have a shiny. But there we go. Shiny Savannah Vivillon. Actually, I should check. Do you have a mark? I didn't check that. You do not. Modest nature, which is neat. But yeah, there we go. 1 extra Hoppit and the Vivillon. I'm kind of surprised how many Hoppits we found right near the end. That's a pretty good haul of shiny Pokemon. But yeah, I shall end the video here, because this is probably just half an hour. It won't even be half an hour, it'll be a couple of minutes over the end of stream. It is going to make my footage a lot chunkier, but that's just besides the point. I'm just happy I managed to find the Vivillon. So, I guess the next video that will be in for the shiny hunting month will be showing off the shiny decks and all the clips of all the shinies together. So, I guess until then, I'll catch you guys later.